It's a Tuesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
The starts are getting chillier, high 50s to start off, depending on where you are. We'll get to the high 70s this morning. It looks like we got sun all the way through.
Yeah.
Which is exciting, but the heat comes back tomorrow and Thursday, highs in the low 80s, Friday, high in the low 80s, and it doesn't look like we're going to get any rain again until Saturday, so that's good news for you folks out in Steuben County.
Oh, yeah, dry out.
Yep, trying to dry yourselves out. This has been a very interesting morning.
Yeah.
Very interesting morning. And I've been dying to tell Kimmy this story, but I wanted her natural
I know.
reaction when we got on the air. So if you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know the show comes in shifts. I get here at like 3:15. Kimmy gets here at like 5, and then Tommy gets here at like 5:15, right? So I'm here early, doing my thing. I go to use the bathroom. I'm walking down the hall, and out the window on the street, there is a car when I pulled in that isn't normally there. It's like a white Ford crossover SUV, and it's got a flat tire in the front.
God damn it.
And I'm thinking, oh, that person must have blown a tire yesterday. They're going to come back and fix it today, right? So out of the corner of my eye, out of the window, as I'm walking down the hall out of the studio, I see like people walking on the street, which is weird.
Yeah, at that time, yeah.
4 people. And I look out the window, and they're starting to walk around the car with the flat tire. And I go, oh, maybe they came back to get their car.
Yeah.
Until I get closer, and I see, like, these are babies, man. Like, these are, like, middle school, maybe freshmen and high school kids.
Really?
And they're all in black sweatshirts.
All right.
Dun, dun, dun.
Pretty cool, man.
So the kids, they're all looking around.
The old sweatshirt gang?
Now, I'm in a dark room, so I don't know if they could see me looking at them through the window. It's very, if there wasn't a crime happening, I could have been arrested for what I was doing.
You would have been the creep.
Exactly. So they're all looking around, and one of the kids tries the handle in the trunk, and it's not opening.
Right.
So I'm like, oh, my God. I'm witnessing.
Oh, crime.
Bum, bum, bum. So I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do. I'm going to stand here, and I'm going to continue to observe. I'm going to do my good citizen thing here, right?
Wouldn't the good citizen thing be to call the cops?
Well, I don't know what I'm watching yet. I don't know what I'm watching.
You're trying to figure you're assessing the situation.
Exactly. Kimmy, this is all happening so fast. You've never witnessed a crime like I just witnessed a crime, I think. So I'm watching, and all of a sudden, one of the biggest of the children,
little kids,
yes, out of his sleeve, like it's a bad movie, pulls this like long Phillips head looking screwdriver.
Okay.
And he gets in the car. And now I'm like, oh my God, they're breaking in this car.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna be able to get to the door and like run out and be like, hey. And even if I did that, I don't know what that does.
Yeah.
Right. So I start banging out the window. And my thought process is, if they see me or they know someone's watching them, they're just gonna scram.
Now I know that works with squirrels
Well, like they were all
and baby deer.
They were all looking around. So I assumed if they knew someone was watching them.
I'm in here.
Well, there's a soundproof window. I couldn't. All they would see was my mouth moving. So I bang on the window, bah, 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 and their heads jerk up and they're looking around, and I'm like, okay, I got their attention, and now I want them to know that I can see them. So bang, 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 and I'm like up against the window with my hands so they could see me in the dark. It's dark.
Scare the crap out of them.
I'm trying to scare them, Tom.
Right.
Trying to scare them. So the kids see me, and now we're locked eyes, right? One of the kids like waves at me.
All right, hey.
They all pile in the car, and they were gone.
So they drove off with a flat tire?
With a flat left front tire.
Is it sparking down the street?
No, I mean, it was just flat.
How far can you get?
Well, they were out of sight immediately, right? So I'm like, oh, my God, did they just steal this car?
Yeah.
Looks like it to me.
Okay, so I'm like, all right, now I have to do my citizen duty and call the cops. Too late, but I got to call the cops.
All
right. So I called 911 because, hey, 911's emergency. I think I just saw 4 kids steal a car.
Okay.
He goes, okay, where are you? This, that, the other thing. And as I'm having this conversation, I start to think to myself, maybe I didn't see what I just saw.
Well, it seems like they broke into the car, right? They used a screwdriver to get in.
Right, because if they were back to fix the flat, they'd have keys.
Okay, yes, unless they lock the keys in the car.
They're also too young to drive.
Well, here's the thing,
Based on your description, they look like 13-year-olds.
Okay, but I also am starting to get old
I was
man
going to say, do you
eyes.
know the difference between 13 and 16 at this point in your life?
I don't, and I'm in a dark room, and the windows are all, like, not clean, and it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so I can't be entirely sure, like, what I'm seeing here. And then I thought, like, he got in that car and started it up pretty quick. Maybe he did have a key to that car. It's possible he blew his tire and just left it there and then decided, I'm going to go move it now.
Well, was the car a type of car that has been...
No, it wasn't a Kia.
Okay, so...
It was a Ford, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be odd.
So as I'm having this conversation with the guy in 911, I'm like, wait a minute, maybe I saw it wrong. And now I start to be like, well, here's the other thing. I don't know. Not never mind. Like, I'm not sure. And I even said, I go, I don't know if it's the old man in me that just thought these kids were doing something wrong, but I figured I should call.
Right.
And the guy's like, okay, we'll send somebody down to go check out the situation. All right. So I come in, I go back to going to work, and then an hour later, Tommy walks in the door. And you said you had an interesting morning,
What did you see?
I said I just about had a head-on collision in the parking garage.
Oh.
Now, when I pull in, there's nobody around, right? So I come around the corner. It's it's well lit.
Yeah.
I never see a car. There's a car coming down from like a level above me.
Yeah.
We are like headlight to headlight.
Well, did you cheat and go the way you're not supposed to go up the ramp?
No, that.
Because sometimes I've seen people cut through in the morning and go the opposite way to skip going around.
I do that, but not at that corner.
Oh, okay.
So the first corner I go legit, then I cut across.
Gotcha.
So I come across and this
flying
person is not even flying really, but I never see a car leaving that early in the morning. So we're headlight to headlight, and I just swerve and lock my brakes, and they just keep going like nothing ever happened. And they're just like eyes for it, and it was a white car. So I come into Pat, I go, man, I just about had a head-on collision with this goddamn car. I never see it in the morning. So then he tells me the story about the white car.
Dun, dun, dun. So it's possible that these kids stole this car, drove it to the top of the parking garage to go party, which is a pretty big party spot. We hear parties happening there all the time.
They probably could have just walked up the stairs too.
Well, yeah, but then you don't have a car.
Okay. I don't know. If your goal was to get to the top of the parking garage, you don't really need a car to do that.
Okay, I think you're missing the point of everything that's happened here, Kimmy, right? Like, this is how you know Kimmy wasn't cool when she was a kid.
But don't you think...
Were you going the right way?
Guys, we don't have to steal a car. We could just walk to the top of the parking garage. Guys, what are we doing?
Well, no, I'm just thinking if you're going to steal a car, wouldn't you, get away in the car?
Well, they were doing that, it sounds like, as they almost slammed into Tommy.
But that would have been a significant amount of time in between.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't know if the cops ended up coming down and looking around. I mean, the fact that they were up in the parking garage, I guess you wouldn't think to go look in the top of a parking garage, right? I don't know, Kimmy. I don't know. I know what I saw, and we know what happened to Tommy. 2, we almost lost a member of the break room, which would have been great for our ratings, but terrible for you, right?
I'm just trying to figure out, because isn't that garage all one way? So somebody's going the wrong way.
No, we're both. I was going up. He was going down.
Yeah, but it's a one-way garage.
I think she's right.
Yeah.
No, it's 2 ways.
Are you sure?
No, because all the cars are
yeah, there's slanted spots. It's a one-way garage.
All right.
You were going the wrong way.
No, I don't go the wrong way until I make that turn.
Okay.
Because I come up, then I do cut across, but after that.
Can we talk about? Remember when we talked yesterday about?
No, I go the right way.
Remember we talked about
maybe they were going the wrong way.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. What's the difference, man? I almost hit him. We're going to have a debate over a stolen car.
I mean, I'm just saying, you may have been going the wrong way. That's why you're surprised that there was a car coming the other way.
No, I'm surprised there's a car moving in that building at 5 o'clock in the morning because there's nobody around.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean,
the next shift of people that come in here is going to be 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. There's nobody here.
And that's what's so alarming. Just seeing people on the street or something going on in the garage, it's like, okay, something may not be right here.
I'm the only morning person that parks in that garage. Everybody else parks on the street. There's me and Marty.
Yeah.
And Marty's already here.
Yeah.
And she's got a typical Marty car.
What do you mean?
It's got a lot of mom stuff in it. I always know it's Marty's car.
Well, yeah, she's a mom.
Yeah, she's totally mommed out in that car.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy and I, 2 separate potential crimes from the same group, we believe.
So let's go back. Let's go back for a minute. So let's say I was going the wrong way. And I get
mad that I told him he was going the wrong way.
So let's say I die. Let's say that guy hits me and I die.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's he's going the wrong way, man.
But it would have been your
fault. He was not going the right way.
But you were
he deserves to die.
But hold on.
I didn't say you deserve to die.
And you don't even know if I was going the wrong way. You're basing it on the fact that I've only hit a few things.
I'm basing it on the fact that the garage is all one way. So I was wondering how you would have been face to face with another car.
Because one of us was going the wrong way.
Okay, that's fair. I didn't say it was you.
Yes, you did.
You got all defensive.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
The fact that you're getting so angry pretty much proves that you were going the wrong way.
No!
Yes!
It's after hours, man.
I knew it!
No one ways at nighttime?
No!
Yeah, here's the other funny thing. Like, we definitely would have found out for sure if that was the same potentially stolen car had you hit them, because they just would have gotten out and scrammed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
you could have prevented the crime.
Well, if my car was drivable, they probably would have stolen my car.
Oh, my God. What is this? You're going down this rabbit hole. Hey, I want that car now. Get out of the way.
Well, wouldn't you take it if it was drivable?
Well, I don't know. Well, then now they're dealing with like a person standing in front of them.
No, they just pull my half-dead ass out and go.
You're talking about if you died. I mean if you
No, even if I'm like, screw you, old man. You're going the wrong way anyway, according to Kimmy in the break room.
It's weird how they're all talking like they belong to a country club.
I'm not going to live this down all day.
Yeah, I know you're right.
I know.
I don't know where you're from.
You started him off on a really bad foot, Kimmy. 252 WCMF. I believe I witnessed a car being stolen this morning across the street from us. Called the cops. That same car, we believe, almost hit Tommy head on in the parking garage leaving this morning. I got to say this, man.
What's that?
If it was a stolen car, the three things that were standing out to me.
What's that?
One, the age of these kids. Because, again, I think that when you see these stories only on the news, you have this image of, like, what criminals look like.
Yeah.
Right? Like, these are like, hardened, tough. Yeah. These are babies.
Yeah.
Babies.
Scrawny kids.
Baby kids, man. Baby kids. Two, if it was a stolen car, the efficiency of how quickly they got in and started that car.
Well, they've had a couple of summers to get it down right.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if they weren't committing a crime, it would be like, damn.
Gone in 30 seconds.
Yeah, like, I mean, the Go Bowling at the Glen NASCAR playoff race is coming up soon. Maybe there's a future for them. I mean, if you can get in and get the car started, I'd like to see how quickly you can change a tire. And three, how bold they were, right? Because I'm standing there banging on the window, right? And they now know somebody's watching them. And that didn't stop them. And then when I made myself appear against the window, the kid just waved at me.
Yeah.
He just waved at me. And you know what's funny, too? I realized, like, I called 911 and that whole thing, right? And I'm like, you know, your brain starts to, like, go.
Yeah.
Like, after I hang up the phone, but what if they catch him? What if they need me to identify them? And I realized, because the guy on the phone, the dispatcher goes, what's the license plate for the car? And I was like, oh.
I wouldn't think to know.
No, but I probably should have gotten the license.
Could you see it from your angle?
If I was, because if I was paying attention, I probably could have gotten the license plate.
You were just thinking white car, like Ford.
Yeah, but I think I was like, what kind of Ford? I'm like, I don't know. It's a white Ford, kind of an SUV. People in it. But, like, I'm thinking to myself, like, I couldn't identify the license plate, and I couldn't tell them what kind of Ford car it was. But, like, if they caught these kids, right, and they need identification, we're going to bring them out into a lineup. I could not tell you. If you line those kids up in front of me, I couldn't tell you if I saw them earlier this morning. Well, like, everything happened so fast.
It kind of makes it more impressive, then, when people do witness a crime and they can describe everything about the scene. You know what I mean?
Unless they're only describing what they think they remember.
Well, but I'm saying, like, even if you catch, like, the type of car or a license plate number, like, I would not, even if I saw the license plate, I would immediately forget what the license plate number was.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, I can't hold numbers in my head like that.
But, like, faces, too. Like, I watch these kids for a good, 25 seconds, right? I could not identify any of them.
Yeah, but young people all look the same. They just do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, get to be my age, you go, what do they look like? They were young. I couldn't tell you. Unless they're, like, super tall or super chubby.
No, but, like, there's lots of super tall or super chubby people in the world. Like, you could lay out...
Not breaking into cars.
Why? Why couldn't you break into a car if you were super tall?
You couldn't do it super chubby. I think, like, you would not be a good car thief. You're too big.
Oh, you have to be small?
Well, it helps. You got to adjust the seat, the mirrors.
All four of these guys were slim-looking guys.
Yeah, they're kids.
Pardon me, boy. Slim little boy.
Keep your weight down. That's good.
I mean, it's like the screwdriver he pulled. Like, first of all, he pulled it out of his sleeve, which is like the most stereotypical "I'm going to commit a crime" thing ever. Second, it was like a comically long screwdriver. Right? Like if Daffy Duck was going to do something with a screwdriver.
It's like a magic trick. It just kept coming out of his sleeve.
Yes, and then here came a rabbit and like 40,000 scarves. All right, so I guess watch out for a white Ford crossover SUV.
With a flat tire.
Yes, if you're driving around the city of Rochester. They got things they got to do with there. Get out of their way. We got a dynamite witness at a crime kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock. Speaking of crime.
What happened?
Did you see the story coming out of the city of Rochester yesterday?
I did not.
It's deeply disturbing.
Oh.
It involves a woman, her boyfriend that passed away, and what she did, according to police, to ensure that the Social Security benefits he was getting would not expire.
Oh.
You didn't see this?
No.
Kimmy, I couldn't imagine living the way this woman was living.
No.
But what makes it even more, I guess, shocking, past the obvious disgusting thing that she decided she was going to do.
It was disgusting?
Oh, boy. It
could get pretty gross.
No, it doesn't could. It does, because she was doing something to try and prevent how disgusting it was.
Yeah.
Oh.
That being said, the amount of money she made in exchange for having to live like this is not even close, right?
I don't get it.
What
I don't know.
Do?
I don't know what your plan was. Just have so many questions.
But Kimmy, here's the thing. Everybody's got a number, no matter how gross something is that they can handle. What's your number? And I'll tell you the story, Tommy.
Right.
Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. And it's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's that new hot new segment.
What's it called?
Where they thieving in the hood.
Kimmy's got her post in the neighborhood app. She's moved street names, town references. She's going to read it out loud. We're all going to listen.
You have to listen.
And we're going to figure out where they whine. And just after 9 o'clock, set your phone alarm or hang out with us the whole time.
Enjoy.
Sit in your car. Make sure nobody steals it. Watch out for comically long Phillips head screwdrivers. Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There was a celebration in a small town south of Rochester.
What are they celebrating?
They got something back that first showed up in their town in 1926. It's an antique.
Okay. And so they lost it?
They sold it.
Oh.
But they wanted it back.
Okay.
And we'll tell you the whole story of how it went. But here's the thing. This is not functional in any way.
Yeah.
It is not going to help the people do the job who bought it back.
Is it cool to look at?
Well, that's just it. That's the whole reason they have it. And guys like you love this. But this is the only realm where, you'll buy something vintage and show it off.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Nobody bats an eye at this. And I get that they're cool and everyone likes to see them in parades, and it's a big point of pride for the small towns that can get these things back, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't serve a purpose.
Okay.
And, it costs a lot of money to get them. In fact, we know how much this one costs.
Oh, so we had the number. Retail price.
And I can't imagine that there are a ton of businesses that are dedicated to keeping these things up and running and shiny and clean. They're pointless.
Yeah.
We'll get into it. You're hanging out in the break room. Excuse me. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. A woman just west of us.
What'd she do?
Has come up with a brilliant business plan that for men will be the better bad option.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The fire department out in Avon went on a mission.
Oh.
Back in 1926, the Avon Fire Department purchased their first ever fire truck.
Damn.
It was a pumper.
Oh, your mom was living down there? The old pumper. Let's bring out the old pumper. She's wet and ready.
For God's sakes, man.
They got to be loaded up with water.
It's 6:28 in the morning.
Go ahead.
The Avon Fire Department had that truck until the 1950s.
All right.
And they ended up selling it for scrap. And over the next 74 years, that truck was passed around, had multiple owners. Shut up. Shut up. But for the last few years, the original Avon fire truck had been sitting fully restored in a museum in Canada.
Damn.
Fully restored, shiny, looked like it was brand new. When folks at Avon found out that this museum had their original fire truck, they inquired what it would take to get it back. It's a piece of its town's history.
It's got to be a fortune, man.
The answer?
Yeah.
$50,000.
Okay, I
thought you were going to say way more.
But it's still a lot of money for, like you said.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything anymore.
So obviously the Avon Fire Department wasn't going to pay out of their own pocket for this thing. They thought maybe we can start a nonprofit, and they did. They were asking for donations and having fundraisers, trying to get the money to bring this pumper back. Shut up.
Yeah.
The thing that sucks is they had only managed to raise a little over $15,000.
A little shy.
Yes. Until the exciting
Did they
news.
do financing?
Then they got some exciting news.
What happened?
A donor came forward.
Wait, a single person?
Single person. Donated the difference, $36,000.
God damn, man.
And the Avon Fire Department was able to make a deal to bring their original truck home. So now, the original Avon fire truck, which again was purchased all the way back in 1926, resides in the firehouse in Avon. It is in fantastic condition, and it looks super cool.
Okay.
Question. Why do fire departments have their old fire trucks? Because they're not the only ones that do this.
It's got to just be for parades.
Okay.
And like when they have those open houses where the kids could come in and see all the cool stuff.
Sure.
So I'm guessing it's for Memorial Day and Labor Day.
Second question.
Yeah.
Is the big-ass real fire truck not cool enough? Because that's
I know, you're right. Like, those things are, like...
impressive.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could definitely impress people with that, walking around it, being near it.
It's way cooler than the old fire truck. And, like, if you put, like, the old fire truck next to the big new fire truck, like, every kid is going to want to get on the big new fire truck, right?
Is it, like, on display somewhere in town at all times? Like, where you just go see it if you want?
Why? Okay, third question. How many times do I need to see a vintage fire truck?
You know,
like, if you had a building where it's, like, free admission, I'm not going to go once, but even if you were a fire truck enthusiast, you're going one time.
So, somewhere, one of the Webster firehouses, I remember, had it where you could see it, like in a window.
Oh.
So even from the firehouse, it was like in a showroom.
Like almost like a museum kind of thing?
Kind of. I think it was Webster. But, like, again, there's what? Yes.
Fourth question.
Yeah, man in the back.
What's the point?
Is it a historical thing?
Well, it's old,
I mean,
it's seen a lot of fire back in the day.
Because there's not like a fire truck museum, right?
No, there is actually. That's where they bought this one from in Canada.
True, yeah. Well, but Canada.
So here's
Canadian fire truck. I'm sure there's like 50 fire truck museums in this country.
So all right. So let's say you got $50,000 invested in this thing. Maybe it helps promote the fire department too when they do like all their
You know what helps
barbecues.
promote the fire department?
Right.
Fire.
Well, like when they have all those fundraisers, the kids come out, they want to see the old.
Okay, but I mean, it is
guys
something,
like me want to see the old stuff.
It's a very small town thing, right?
Okay.
Like, let's go see the old fire truck.
They don't make them like that anymore.
No, like maybe they don't.
But they probably weren't that good at putting out fires.
Well, I mean, it existed in this town for for
Yes.
25 years, which is a pretty impressive run.
Oh, sure.
No, but like as we have this discussion, as we talk it out, it's becoming very apparent that these towns only bring back these old fire trucks to impress guys like you.
Yes.
Can you book it for like parties and stuff?
I'd like the old fire truck, please. But like, why do I have to?
You know what? They do.
Yeah.
Because we know a guy that got married.
Oh.
And they had a vintage Rochester police car at his wedding inside the venue. Yeah, and it was a legitimate Rochester police car.
And they put it actually in the venue.
In the venue, but I bet you they leased that thing out.
I bet you that guy didn't charge that guy for the car.
But anybody else, they would.
Why would you want what are you going to do with a vintage police car?
I don't know. People, I will say, like, I've been to weddings where people rent vintage stuff just for, like, the look of it. You know what I mean? I don't know about a fire truck, but I'm sure that there's a business out there for it.
Look, I'm not saying it's not cool, and I appreciate the history that is in here in Avon. Like, I get it. Like,
it's a lot of money, though.
But it came from a private donor fund. It's not coming out of the pockets of, like, taxpayers. I just don't get the idea of bringing back, because, again, it seems like every fire department in the greater Rochester area has these vintage trucks. They're like, look at our truck, and it's like, okay.
So here, let me ask you a question. So let's say, because it's old, it's going to need to be maintained.
Sure, yeah.
Who do you call to fix a truck that was built in the 1920s? And where do you get those parts?
It's a great question. I mean, I'm sure they probably make the parts again, right? Like there's got to be some little place.
Can you imagine what you would have to pay for like a vintage car part that was made in the 20s?
But think about this. Think of the towns in the greater Rochester area and all the fire departments. If a lot of them have the vintage trucks. If there's 20 of them in the greater Rochester area, that means there's probably 30 of them in Buffalo, 20 of them in Syracuse, right?
All across this great nation.
When you start adding it up, there may be one mechanic that knows what he's doing that services all of these vintage fire trucks in the greater Rochester area. It's not out of the question.
Okay, but it can't be cheap.
No.
Like to buy parts for stuff that was made in the 1920s.
No, you're right. Like, as we talk about Avon getting their original fire truck back, again, they bought the truck in 1926. They sold it for scrap in the 1950s. It had multiple owners over the last 74 years, and it turned up in a museum in Canada, fully restored. Avon said, what can we do to get it back? The museum said, give us $50,000, and they tried to have a fundraiser. They only raised like $15,000. Well, somebody stepped forward, donated the $36,000 it would take to get this truck home, and that pumper is back in the Avon firehouse.
Where she belongs.
Maybe.
She's home.
I would not want to be the person who drives that thing. Because to your point, knowing how much money it could cost to fix something if you do something wrong.
Yeah, but it's only going 3 miles an hour.
Well, I know, but you don't know.
I guess that's why everything burned to the ground back then.
Well, I don't think it's...
Where is he? He'll be here in about 4 minutes.
But like, no, here's why this is so, when you stand back at 1,000 feet and look at this, right, why it's so stupid.
Yeah.
No other public department does this. Like, you brought up the police department. Okay, they have like a vintage car or two, right?
I'm guessing it's theirs.
Yeah. But it's not like you're going to see a vintage garbage truck rolling down the Memorial Day
Don't say
parade.
it, man. I wonder if somebody that like buys and restores vintage garbage trucks.
For what reason?
Because they're men.
But you're not going to have a school district pull out a vintage school bus. RG&E isn't going to bring around a truck from the 50s to show it off on a parade. Like, for some reason, the fire department and the fire department only restore their stuff from back in the day, and everyone's just like, oh, yeah, of course they do. Of course you want a truck from the 1920s sitting in your firehouse.
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't really see, like, vintage taxis or anything.
It's just planes. Well, I mean, the vintage taxis you do see, but that's more of like a kitsch thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure, like, for like movie sets and stuff like that.
Different.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, I think that there are a lot of those kind of old cars out there.
Well, there's also vintage garbage trucks for like movie sets. I just don't want to sit in a parade and watch a vintage garbage truck go by. It's got your grandma's tampons in there.
Yeah, but a vintage parade full of all vintage work vehicles.
Sold out.
You know it.
Sold out.
You know it. How does that not exist?
If you did that, you'd be a bazillionaire. You could take that tour around the country.
You're going to line up to see a garbage truck from the 1940s?
No, it's everything.
Yeah.
From all those things we
vehicles.
just talked about. So there's a place here in town that I think it's coming up, and it may be out that way, where they do a vintage tractor parade. So they probably have 100 tractors dating all the way back to like the 20s, and they still run, and there's guys sitting in them, and it's a parade. Wow. And that place is packed full of me's.
Isn't it in like Holly or something? I want to say, or somebody called and said they do something.
Oh,
like
you're talking
that.
about the old Holly vintage tractor?
I went to it one time. We had 2 family members in it.
Don't pretend like you weren't excited about going,
bro. So I was amazed, and I actually had a question.
You had a question at the vintage tractor
Apparently,
parade.
they also do it in Perry.
That's it. Okay,
that in Perry. Okay.
So, but I was wondering because I remember like during the war, you couldn't buy anything because of the war. So I was trying to see if there was any tractors made during World War II.
Okay.
So there was a big gap in years in tractors because they had like how old they are and yeah.
You didn't pay attention to anything in school, but
because nobody was. If my teacher was on a tractor, I would have listened. If she would have pulled in,
but listen to him talk about this tractor parade. You don't think vintage?
It was pretty cool to see.
Fill in the blank vehicle parade would just absolutely crush.
Right.
And they're lying down the street like it's 4th of July.
Wow. Okay, I'm wrong. You're right, Kimmy.
You don't appreciate machinery.
No, I don't.
No, you don't.
That's what I just said. Yes. Hello, parade. Can we stop the parade for 1 second? During the war, you couldn't make things.
When I asked the question about the tractor, they did stop the parade, and the guy answered my question.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Well, I knew the guy. And he had to ask another guy behind him about it. So the whole thing stopped.
Oh, my God.
And then I got my question answered, and then they fired the tractors back up.
I even feel like you're trying to
But
impress
that
us.
old girl was purring like a kid.
Not only did they stop the parade for me, I knew the guy on the tractor.
Well, he's family.
I know tractor guy.
I do know
Wait,
tractor
he's family?
guy.
You could have asked him after the parade, you idiot.
It was a passing thought.
All right, well, I'm sure that everyone out in Avon is going to have the opportunity to see their 1926 fire truck, which has been brought back home.
Well, yeah, maybe Labor Day parade.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, who knows? Well, look, you spent $50,000 on it. It better be at every damn parade you do for the rest of existence. Let's take a break. This is a better bad choice.
Okay.
Because, look, man, I don't mean to do like the battle of the sexes thing here on the show.
Yeah.
But this is specifically a woman problem.
Oh.
You and me and every other man in America can have a get together, and we need beer and we need food and maybe something to watch on TV, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Women need everything. Because it doesn't only have to taste good, and it doesn't have to be, not only does the house have to be clean, but there have to be specific things that when people walk in, they go, oh, it's this kind of party that I'm at. And it goes for every single party. And one woman living in this world goes, you know what? This is getting too expensive.
Oh.
Now, it's still stupid that we need all these things. But this woman, like I said, is offering us a better bad choice.
Wow.
And it might be brilliant.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Maybe you've been there.
What's that?
You have a celebration for something coming up. Maybe something smaller like a birthday, anniversary, something bigger like a grad party or retirement, right? And if you're having that party, you soon find out the decorations people want for that party cost a fortune. One woman from our area lived this exact nightmare, and it was such a problem for her. She has opened up her own business fighting back against the people taking our money and the people who decided we should give our money up. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We got your chance at $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app 1 hour each day. That will be your daily entry for your share, your shot at your share of $100,000. In this national contest, just after 7 o'clock this morning, there's a woman in the city of Rochester that's in some trouble. But the charges she's facing, not the story.
Okay.
It's what she did to face the charges. Because she had to live with something physically that is like a worst nightmare for a lot of people. And she did it for the money's sake, according to police.
Yeah.
But what she made versus what she had to live with, Kimmy, cannot be worth it.
Do we have a
no?
Do we have a length
and I
of
don't
time?
know if she planned on this amount or if that's just what she got away with. I don't know.
We have a length of time.
Okay.
And we will share all of it with you just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Janine Wooster?
What old Miss Wooster do?
She lives out in Perry.
Yeah.
A little while ago, her son was getting married, and while that was happening, she noticed a problem.
What's that?
All of the decorations that they needed for the wedding cost a fortune.
Yes, they do.
Kimmy, you went through this?
Oh, yeah,
She's
absolutely.
the only one that had like a real wedding in the last 15 years.
Yes.
No, and I know that cost has only gone up over the last few years.
Janine is realizing as she's shopping for these decorations, this is money wasted on stuff we're going to use once and never again.
Yes.
And it gave her an idea.
What's that?
She has opened a new business called Rent, Love, and Return. And the premise is simple. You can rent all the stuff you need for any party, big or small, that you're having. From big things like wedding arches and centerpieces for tables to things for basic parties like backdrops for pictures or showers or grad parties, cake and cupcake stands to make, Ma's birthday look a little bit nicer.
So it's like a rental business.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's a rental business for the little things that rental businesses wouldn't normally give you. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, this does exist.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, because I know that there were multiple small businesses that do this for weddings.
So the bottom line, okay. You're talking about specifically wedding
stuff.
stuff.
Well, no, or a party. Like, I know people have done this for their kids' parties.
Okay.
Rent-themed things like that.
So what's her hook?
Her hook is you spend 20% of what you would have to spend to keep it forever.
Oh, so she's like deep discount.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Right.
She says you will come in, you'll spend 20% of what it costs to buy the whole thing. Mm-hmm. You don't have to find a place to keep it forever.
Right.
And then you bring it back. Brilliant or stupid idea, Tommy?
I mean, if you're going to do it yourself, yeah, why wouldn't you? I mean, some people hire like somebody to do all that crap, but it's a fortune.
Okay.
If you got the back and the time to do it, yeah, why wouldn't you?
Okay, so like when you're talking weddings, you're right, people hire a wedding planner. Kimmy, is this a good idea or no?
Oh, I think it's a great idea, and I think like there's like an unlimited amount of business for it. I just think like there's always somebody planning like a shower, a birthday party, a wedding, any kind of like big event. Like, I mean, I just feel like
it's endless.
Especially if you are offering a cheaper price. Like those are the kinds of things that people will really shop around for in terms of getting the best deal. So like if you are more discounted than other bigger places, like people are going to come to you for their business.
So my wife, when my stepson got married, she did all that stuff.
Yeah.
So she went out and bought all the stuff.
Yeah.
Went around. It took forever. So we still have all that stuff in the basement. I'm not kidding you when I say we have at least 200 different size candles in boxes in our basement.
Yeah.
We are so ready for our own religion. We have welcoming mirrors and stuff like that. She bought the decals and she did it all. She had me painting rocks.
I remember the rock painting.
That were going to be attached to a string with floating all that stuff. And then she did a baby shower for when the first one was born. And then she went out and bought all this other stuff. That's in another corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're stuck with it.
Did she, because I also know there are like Facebook groups and things like that dedicated to people who will try to resell that stuff.
Yeah.
And I always wonder like how successful they are at trying to like pass it off to the next person planning their wedding or whatever
I don't
event.
know.
Well, but along these lines, right? The stupidest thing in the world is this decision that's been made by wives and girlfriends across America that now every get-together has to have a theme and decorations, right? When did we decide that was a thing? Like the wedding?
I think it's always that's always been a thing, bro.
No.
Bro, it always has.
It has been a thing, but it's really ramped up, I think, due to social media. Because you're seeing everybody's decorations, you're seeing everybody's theme parties, you're getting ideas from people you know and what they've planned. I just think there's like a bigger network of that kind of stuff, so the parties are getting bigger and more expensive.
Every baby shower now is decorated like a movie set. I mean, just having people over requires flowers and like special trays for food. Like the food's going to taste any different being served out of a big plastic bowl.
Well, that's always been a thing. That's been a thing.
Not my house, it wasn't.
Well, since like my think of your grandparents and all the fancy like serving platters that they had and stuff like that.
And that was stupid.
But my point is, that kind of stuff has always existed.
Yeah, I don't see like your mother and father is throwing some swanky cocktail party with like chipped bowls.
What are you talking about?
And like leaky cups.
First of all, Chip Bowles was one of my favorite Catskills comedians. Second of all, did I not tell you the story about how my dad tried to scam people into selling long distance in a pyramid scheme and would put out boxes of little chocolate donuts as appetizers with pizza rolls? So don't say we don't know fancy. No, what I'm saying is like, Kim, you even bring up our grandparents or whatever. Like the stuff that they had was like family heirloom stuff. Like now it's my wife, your wife, every wife and girlfriend wants to go out to Marshall's or Home Goods to buy. It's a bowl that looks like an avocado because we can't put the guacamole in just a regular bowl.
My wife will buy things for parties we haven't even planned. You know what I'm saying?
Yes!
She will see something and go, oh,
it's inspiration.
The next time we have so-and-so over, we're going to whip this out.
Yes. It is infuriating, and it costs a fortune. And so if it has to be this way, if every party, big or small, has to have decorations, and this woman can save us all the money renting this stuff out.
It's worth it.
It's a brilliant idea.
But my wife also likes getting this stuff. She likes going out shopping for it, planning for it.
Yep.
This will work. This won't work. She'll bring home 4 different things. And I know 3 of them are going back, and then she'll pick the one she wants. So I don't know if she would want to do that.
No, you're right. The worst part about this great idea that this woman has out near Batavia is that women in our lives are not going to fall for it.
No.
Because there are stores that exist solely to convince you need this stuff. I'm looking at you, Marshalls and Home Sense and Home Goods and Homie Don't Play That.
But the problem, to Tommy's point earlier, with those kind of stores is you never really go looking for something specific.
Oh, I know.
So it's not like if you're throwing a certain type of party, you're not going out to shop for that kind of stuff. You get that stuff before the party is even a thought.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she sees that and then she backs into the party.
No, but that's what's so frustrating is you're right. You got that happens. But then, like, hey, we're going to do something. I also need to go get specific stuff for it. No, you don't. We have all of it. It's just stuff to put food on, man.
So we have boxes in the basement that are marked Margarita, Cosmopolitan.
Thank you.
Tequila.
Thank you.
That they're different glassware that are in boxes to break out for different events. And we don't even have that many events,
Bro,
man.
I'm with you.
And the other thing that's brilliant about Marshall's is in particular, and they figured it out, man. Well, you better get it now because, next week it's all new stuff. So they know that, and you snag it when you see it. That's the store. Snag it when you see it.
Is that our $1 million idea?
Yes.
Like, what sucks about buying all these, like, decorations for future parties that are never going to happen. And we're talking about this woman out near Batavia. She's opened up a business where she is renting out your basic party stuff, right? And everything from, like, flower arches for weddings and, like, table holders or whatever. What do you call those things, Kimmy?
Table holders?
The thing in the middle of the table.
Oh, the place
like a centerpiece?
Centerpiece.
Thank you. There it is. To little stuff like trays to hold cupcakes or cakes, right? What is most infuriating about Marshall's and Home Sense and all those places, it's just expensive enough. It costs just enough to make you feel dumb for buying it, but just cheap enough where your wife or your girlfriend feel like they're getting a deal and they can't pass it up. Like they figured out what that number is, that equation, and that's what everything costs. And I hate it so much.
It's genius, though.
And also the stuff is all fragile. So it's going to break. Yeah. It's going to break, and then my wife's got to go out and buy one that also looks like that after.
I always love when I got to set everything up. Hold that from the bottom.
Yes.
Hold that from the bottom. What? No, it's very, very sensitive. Like it's the baby Jesus I'm putting on a table.
If I got to hold it from the bottom, why is the thing to hold it on the top? Why is there a hook on the top?
No, that's too flimsy.
Okay.
That's for decoration.
And here's the thing, man. I get that there are some things you have to decorate for. I'll give you a wedding. You got to decorate for a wedding.
Big one for the wedding.
Maybe a graduation party or a baby shower. Those are major things. But even those are over the top. Yeah. When it comes to parties you have to decorate for, retirement parties are cut off. You do not have to decorate for a retirement party.
But they do.
But you don't. You shouldn't. You can have people over, or you can go to a restaurant, and that can be that. That's the end of that.
What are retirement party? What's a retirement party decoration?
You got balloons. I've seen ones with balloons before. I've seen ones with it's like a big poster that you sign.
Yeah,
or
congratulations.
Yes.
And then you get the gag gifts, the walker with the horn on it and stuff like that.
You got the backdrop of some picture of that person you could take in front of with that guy. And here's the thing.
By the way, signs expensive.
That's
what I figured out getting married. I was like, holy crap, for a freaking sign.
You're yelling at us for being cranky old men. Did you hear what just came out of your mouth?
Well, that was one of those things that you don't account for when you're planning a party or a wedding or whatever, because you think that's the cheap stuff, and it's not.
Look, man, I guess the moral of the story is you don't need to decorate for anything.
You don't.
You don't. It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to leave your house after a get-together and be like,
they're not. They're not, because I heard somebody call out somebody else in the break room for, you don't even decorate for the holidays. Do you even have a themed wreath on your door? You don't even decorate.
Okay. No sane person will call you out for not decorating for a birthday or retirement or whatever party at your house. And nobody cares that the guacamole dish is shaped like an avocado.
You can't say nobody cares.
Yeah,
the women
people
all
do care.
No, the women all care, because my wife will look at, where'd you get that? And people go, where'd you get it? Women will get together and look at all your stuff, and then they feed off of us.
So stupid. So frustrating.
Sure.
Stop it. Let's take a break.
All right.
Because there are more pressing things going on in the world. For example, there is a woman that is in some trouble, and she's probably in less trouble than we think.
So this sounds like a pretty unique caper.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Oh, boy, is it. It's not something, Kimmy, I expected to see on the news last night.
Yeah, and they leave out, at least in the story I saw, there were a few details left out that I would like an answer to, because I feel like that changes the story a bit.
Right.
Okay, we'll try and figure out those details. Long story short, a woman has been arrested for what is essentially a benefits scam. But it's how she got to scamming these benefits that's so interesting, because what police say she lived with in exchange for scamming these benefits is horrifying.
So is it illegal?
Well, yeah, it has to be. It has to be.
Well, a couple things, yes, very illegal.
Well, I got questions.
All right, we'll tell you the whole story. We'll try and answer all the questions we can. And I'm going to warn you right now, this is disturbing. It is disturbing. All right? We'll get into the story next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. We're going to warn you up front.
All right.
This is deeply disturbing. It is deeply disturbing. And, Kimmy, it's almost hard to believe.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just everything that went into this.
So it's a horror
couldn't
story.
imagine, like...
Yes.
I just couldn't imagine the whole process, I guess.
Like, not only because this woman allegedly did this with someone she was in a relationship with, but in the end, what her reward was for it. Because when you'd have this in your home for the money that she ended up making, Kimmy, those two things don't seem to add up together.
No, they don't.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, there was someone who is a lot richer in the greater Rochester area.
Nice.
And we're going to tell you what they hit for.
All right.
But, there are people that I'm sure know this person who hit, find out they have this money. They haven't talked to him in a while.
Yeah.
You making that call?
Buddy, what's up, Meg?
We'll get to it. Just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. A very strange and sick story coming from the city of Rochester.
What happened?
A 63-year-old woman has been arrested after what is essentially a benefits scam. But it's how she allegedly scammed the benefits, Tommy.
All right.
Authorities say the boyfriend of the 63-year-old woman passed away back in December of 2022.
December 2022.
You heard what I said. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of twos in there.
Yeah.
And it's important that we point out right now, she is not accused in this story of having anything to do with his death.
Okay.
No manslaughter, no murder, no nothing.
Natural.
Also, she didn't alert anyone that he had passed, according to the police.
So she didn't notify where the money was coming from?
No, she didn't notify he died.
Yeah.
Oh.
He is dead, and nobody knows.
Yeah, but the funeral home would have...
No
Because you get a death certificate and then...
none of that. No funeral.
Didn't get that far.
Did not, no service.
So it was a private service.
Oh, yeah, it was very private. Authorities say this 63-year-old woman wrapped her boyfriend's body, placed it in a plastic recycling bin.
Wait, the mummy?
And moved it into their basement.
Wait, so she wrapped it?
Put it in a bin.
Big old container bin.
And the body was in the basement.
I mean, this whole thing would be difficult for one person to do, let alone a woman trying to move a man's body around.
Well, we don't know what kind of condition the guy was in who passed away.
Okay, true.
But even still, like any, I don't know.
I understand. I understand.
So the decomposing body has now wrapped up it in basically a toter.
Yes. Police also say that she would periodically pour bleach over the body to prevent foul odor coming from the basement.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. We've seen stories like this in the past because people can have a hard time letting go of a lost loved one and something snaps and they can't handle it.
All right.
They don't want to give them up. That does not seem to be the case here.
So what's the deal?
Authorities say this man, before his death, received Social Security benefits. And right before his death, there was a request made for a new benefits card. Authorities say that card, Tommy, was activated 9 days after the man passed away.
Okay.
They say the 63-year-old woman used this man's card.
How long?
And within 10 days had depleted the funds on the card with charges at places like the Peppermill Restaurant.
All right, well, you got to go out.
Walmart, BJ's, Home Depot, and Staples.
Yeah.
They also say she made ATM withdrawals and and the card was used to open up a Rent-A-Center account for a purchase worth about $1,800.
So it's like... Okay.
All in all,
Yeah.
authorities say she spent just under $8,000 of this man's benefit money after he was gone. She has been charged with theft of government funds, aggravated identity theft, amongst other things. And if she is convicted, Tommy, she's looking at 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. I would like to now point out the timeline.
Yes.
How long was...
this going on for?
Yeah.
We told you the man passed in late December of 2022. The story said the Social Security Administration looked into the issue in January of this year.
Wait.
So unless there's something we're missing, the allegations kind of show the man was in a bin in the basement for a year. She lived in a house with the body of her boyfriend for a year.
Old Stinky Stew.
Okay.
God.
So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Wow.
I understand that this is something that no one expected to hear this morning. And it's hard to wrap your head around someone having just the ability to do this.
Yes.
But there is one weird thing, past the obvious weird things that stand out in this story. The allegations say she was willing to keep her dead boyfriend in a recycling bin in the basement in exchange for around $8,000. Yeah. That's someone you cared about.
Oh, sure. Right.
Okay. That's another human being who it sounds like you watched die in your home.
Yeah, because we don't know how he passed.
No,
right?
I mean,
we don't know like if he was.
He could be on disability, collecting social.
Well, he was getting benefits.
All right, so
we don't know his age,
right,
though.
Right, but we don't know if it was a sudden thing or if this was something that she knew was coming.
Mm-hmm.
So, I not that changes what she did, but I do wonder, like, was this an opportunity that she saw unexpectedly, or was this something that maybe she had been planning for?
Good question. I'm just, even before we get to there, and that's a great question, I can't wrap my head around how you do that to someone you love.
Right.
You care about. Yeah. Like, there wouldn't be any guilt if she did what police say she did?
I think that because we've seen people who have stole money from people who have passed because, like, they didn't report them passing or whatever.
Yes.
I always assume or think that maybe they've told themselves, like, oh, they would have wanted me to have this. They would have wanted me to do this. And that's how they get around the guilt.
When I say guilt, I don't mean taking the money.
Yes.
I mean the person that you cared about and shared a home with, their body is
it's gruesome.
It's decomposing in your house.
Right.
And you have to actively, according to police, go downstairs and pour bleach over it to prevent the smell of that person you loved from getting into the home.
Which means you always had to put a post-it reminder on the fridge to remind to go bleach Bob today.
Oh, my God.
So what's amazing, too, is, like, you obviously didn't have any extended family.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like, if this was a case where he was somebody who was sick and eventually going to pass, like, you would think there would be at least somebody else in his life wondering how he's doing.
There are lots of people that have nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you don't have kids or you
have
have a bad
outlive your
relationship.
family.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be an outcast of a family. Everyone else
People
could have problems.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, like, yes, that is astonishing, Kimmy. I'm with you.
But even somebody that she knew that they were together, like, they wouldn't be wondering.
She could have said he left me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's an easy explain away. He moved away. He just disappeared one day. I don't know where the heck he went. Told me this is where he was going, and he's gone. Like, that's an easy explain away. I mean, there are people in your life that you know that have nobody else.
Yeah.
And there are those same people, if all of a sudden they disappeared one day, you would be like, oh, they're gone.
You forget about them.
Yeah, you wouldn't think anything was strange.
True.
But past everything we've discussed so far, I think what jumps out the most in this story, again, we're talking about a 63-year-old woman. She was arrested after police say her boyfriend, who passed away in 2022, December, by the way, she's not accused of having anything to do with that crime. Police say she did not report him passing away. She took his body, put it in a toter, wrapped it in a sheet, and left it in the basement for a year.
Yeah.
And police say she would periodically pour bleach over the body to prevent foul odor. She did that because she continued to collect his Social Security benefits. Police say that she essentially stole $8,000, almost $8,000 after the man had died. And this is where I'm getting really bothered.
What's that?
This woman traded living with a dead body for $8,000. And I don't know what the right price is for living with a dead body for a year.
Maybe she thought she could do this forever. I mean, I don't
run the table for a while.
But she made it a year and still only got $8,000.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and this wasn't something like the body was buried in the backyard and you didn't know about it, or like somebody like knocked down a wall and there's a skeleton. It's an actively decomposing body that you had to help break down with bleach. Question.
All right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF 252-9263. I understand that nobody wants this.
No.
But you're also lying to say there isn't a number.
All right.
Kimmy, how much would you have to make in a year to live over a decomposing body?
I can't.
There's a number. Don't say there's not a number.
No, but I mean, I can't wrap my head around just living life with that in my house.
Okay. The average American salary is between $55,000 and $60,000.
I don't know what that number. I honestly do not know what that number would be, because I just think for me personally, I can't enjoy that money while living there.
Free money.
Mm-hmm. Free as money.
Free money. All right, Tommy.
All right.
A nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
I already been doing the calculations.
What's your number?
So let's say I'm I'm my age. I'm 65 years old, and I'm getting ready to go on Social Security.
Yes.
And let's say I live with a roommate who's also in the same boat, and that dude croaks, right?
Yeah.
And I know he's still got checks coming in.
Okay.
So I could double my retirement automatically by stealing his benefits. So let's say you told me right now he's dead in the basement, and you get double your retirement for the rest of your life. I would double my income for the rest of my life. So I was planning on.
You'd make $45 a month.
On top of the 45 I got coming in.
No, that was double.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
So if you double my retirement.
You would do this.
Who wouldn't?
You wouldn't be able to travel or go anywhere because you got to worry about what's in your basement.
Yeah, what's that?
No, she's right. I mean, she's right.
I'll get somebody to house it.
Really? Okay, so I need you to feed the cat. If you could wash the windows and also pour bleach in this bin and don't ask any questions.
You're tied to that situation, so it will limit
I'm old. Where am I going anyway?
Well, what? No, you're not thinking. Kimmy's
right.
No,
I could go out for the day. I could take day trips. You can go. You don't have to bleach them every day.
I don't know how that works, man.
No idea.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, so Kimmy doesn't have a number. You say double your retirement.
Yeah.
John's on CMF. Hey, John, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I'm just mind-boggled. I can't even imagine. First of all, there's no amount of money that's going to make me do that.
All right, John, now look, again,
So,
I understand this story is disturbing.
Moral John
We are all as disturbed. But that's a lie.
Definitely not Moral John, but that's just gross.
There is a number, John. There is a number for a year. Would you take $1 million for that in your basement for a year?
Yeah, after I go to jail, where am I going to spend it?
Well, no. I'm saying I'm not saying you do that, put it in a bin. My point is, like, knowing that body is there, could you live over a dead body for $1 million for a year?
For a year?
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as I'm not going to get caught, sure, I'd do it for $1 million.
Okay, but you were saying, sorry, before I cut you off, you were saying.
No, I want to know what the heck tipped him off to investigate in the first place.
So
he's spending money. Who cares?
That's the craziest
he was
part.
Spending money.
The craziest part is it sounds like Social Security figured out something was wrong, and they did an investigation.
They can't figure out anything.
Say that again?
They can't figure out anything. They can't even run a lemonade stand.
Okay, no. According to the story, John, Social Security figured out something was wrong with like the benefits, as in like someone was stealing benefits. They then did an investigation, and that's what led to this gruesome discovery in this basement.
She also like maxed out.
Oh the benefits card pretty quick.
But she did it quickly.
Yeah,
right?
like immediately.
But they didn't. It wasn't until January of this year where SSA was like, "Hey, wait a minute, something's going on here." It was a full year.
Yeah.
Probably running that lemonade stand John was talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good day, guys.
Great talk, John. Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I'm going to give John a pass there. I understand that everyone's still trying to wrap their head around what we're talking about here.
Nuts.
Now, let me ask
Could you imagine if you're like the neighbors?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't know.
Well, I'm sure eventually you stop seeing the guy coming and going.
No,
that don't bother me.
No, she's right. I mean,
like you know more than you think about the person next door, just based on their daily schedule, their habits.
Yeah.
And she's right. Like, it's easy to sit here not in that story and be like, oh, well, I didn't know. But, like, eventually you would feel guilt. I think you would feel guilt. Like,
as a neighbor?
Yes, you didn't see that person. You just kind of explained it away in your head, and their body was in that basement the whole time.
But I kind of get why they did it. They were grabbing money. You know what I mean? It wasn't a heinous.
$8,000. Oh,
no,
we don't know.
Heinous. We don't know if they were in a bad way or anything. They may.
Could you give me the definition of the word heinous just so he doesn't try and spin this son of a bitch?
So let's say we find out our neighbor, my little neighborhood.
Yeah.
Like we haven't, because we got a lot old.
Sure.
So this could happen.
Sure.
So let's say I ain't seen old widow Betty in a while.
Okay.
Right? She's been gone.
Yeah.
And I still see the son coming over, taking care of the place. But I figured, she's probably inside. She's bedridden. Mm-hmm. We find out like she's been gone a year.
Yeah.
He's been collecting the bennies because he's going to cash out that house because he knows there's a big bank there.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also been grabbing her benefits.
Yeah.
I don't think that would bother me. It would make. Like, he didn't do anything to the poor woman.
No, he did. He took her body and he put her in a bin.
But the body.
That's your mother. But this is your boyfriend. That's your mother. That, like, I mean, look, I'm with you, man. When I die, I don't care what you do with my body.
I
Fine.
hear you, buddy.
But I don't know what this man's preference was. I don't know what Widow Betty's preference was.
Who
and
knows?
To disrespect the earthly remains of someone that you love for $8,000?
Or just any kind of benefit.
Would you sell? What if you found out he sold his mother's body to the circus for $8,000? Would that make you feel lucky? Because that's essentially what happened.
Well,
here.
she working.
Kimmy?
No, I don't. I get it. I get, the motivation of money.
No.
And you didn't do anything actually to the woman she got.
But the motivation of money is, it even looks different in this story because it's not like somebody's handing you $8,000. It's one of those things where it's like you spent it over time.
And it's not even like you got anything great out of it. You went to the Peppermill, BJ's, Walmart.
They got a great BLT club.
I know. Listen, I love the Peppermill.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time cutting class at the Peppermill when I was at Aquinas. That's beside the point. What I'm getting at is, like, you didn't even go to Keep a Center. You went to Rent a Center. You're living over your boyfriend's oh, my God. Think about this.
What's that?
So let's say this woman goes away. Now, I don't know where she's living, right? Maybe she owns this house. Maybe they own this house together. It's hard to find a place to live right now.
It sure is.
You going to be able to sell this house?
Well, I mean, they're going to come in and it'll be...
Obviously.
I mean, with the history of
Yes.
that house is going to go in a second.
You think so?
And we've seen this market.
Dead body in the basement for a year? What if they sell it as is? The body's obviously gone, but you have to clean out the rest of it.
Clean out the rest of what?
Well, I mean, look, I don't know what is lingering in the curtains in the basement, man. Like, that stench, I can only imagine.
You bring in a crew and they clean it up. Yeah. You take that house.
252 WCMF. Kimmy, can you give me the definition of the word heinous before we go back to the phones, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hatefully or shockingly evil.
This isn't heinous?
That's not evil.
This is not evil. You don't think this is evil?
No, because, I mean, she didn't really have a hand in the actual... I think you got to have a hand in the actual death for it to be evil.
No. 252 WCMF.
You side evil. Evil light.
Again, we're talking about this 63-year-old woman. She's been arrested after police say after the death of her boyfriend back in 2022, someone it sounds like she lived with, and she did not have anything to do with the death, according to the charges we have here. She took his body, did not alert anybody that he passed away, she wrapped it, placed it in a recycling bin, moved it into the basement. Police say she would periodically pour bleach over the body to prevent foul odor. It sounds like she lived over that body for a year, at least based on the story that we have here. All in all, she did it to collect his Social Security benefits, and in total, she got about $8,000. Yeah. That's it. To live over a body for a year. There's someone she cared about. She's looking at 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine if convicted. Bill is on CMF. Hey, Billy boy, how are you?
Good, you?
Good, man. What's up?
She's lazy. I mean, she had a year to get rid of the body.
Where do you put it?
Where do you put it? You put it in a bunch of garbage bags. You throw it out. It wouldn't take long at all. I mean,
okay.
You got a whole year. You got a whole year to do it. You know, when it obviously broke down, it's just. I mean, or you take it somewhere and you bury it in pieces. I mean, she's just lazy.
Have you done this, Bill?
I have enough ambition to do it. You would never find them.
So I love guys like this. I love guys like this who's like, yeah, what'd you do? Have you done it? No, but I could. I could do it. There's lots of smarter people who have done it multiple times and got caught doing it once that have done it and got caught, but Bill could do it.
All right.
I feel like I'm going to say on the radio that I did it. Maybe I did do it.
No, you didn't do it because you don't sound tough enough, Bill. But here's the thing. Bill, you also...
You don't have to be tough. You just have to be ambitious.
Okay. This is also someone you care about. You're going to hack up somebody you care about to put...
Well, if it's somebody you cared about, you also put him in a toter. You poured bleach on him.
She didn't kill him. He died.
All right, Bill, let me ask you a question. You married, buddy?
Can't answer that.
Call a radio show. Okay, Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. I love guys like that. Let me tell you what it is. You married? I'm not going to answer that question. Well, if you're going to talk about this woman cutting up her boyfriend, let me ask if you can cut up your wife.
I do wonder,
because if you can't answer the question, will you cut up your wife, kind of blows up your argument, don't it, Bill?
I do wonder, and this was like one of my questions when I saw the story, was like, did you have a plan for this, or were you just hoping it would eventually like...
an exit strategy.
You know what I mean? I guess I would think you couldn't keep it in there forever.
So there are stories we've seen, and maybe this was the plan, of people that live in a house for years and years and years, and they die, and they go in and they find the house, and inside the house they find
somebody died.
Yes, exactly. Like there's actually, this is a weird, I want to say this happened in Baltimore, and maybe you know the story better than I do. It was a very famous drag queen. She was like a super celebrity.
Okay.
She passed away.
Right.
They went in the house, and they found the body of a man who had been killed like 20 years earlier in the house.
Wait, in her
apartment or house or whatever it was.
Oh.
And the way that the scene worked out, it looks like the guy may have been killed in self-defense, and she didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do.
So she knew.
It was in her house.
Wow.
It was in her house
No,
but
I never
for
heard
like
this story.
20 years. And I mean, past the murder, right? There's we talked about like people that will have family members pass away that they've always lived with and they don't want to let them go.
Yes.
And you've seen those stories of like mummified bodies
Yeah,
sitting
there was. I remember that.
But these people lived with them for decades.
Yeah. Hard to let go.
Okay. Let's take a break. Let's go from a story of making money in a terrible way to a story of making a lot more money in an exciting way.
Oh, cool.
Because somebody hit for a big check with the New York State Lottery. And by the way, they hit in this is the perfect gas station in town for someone to hit for this amount of money. Like, it made me feel warm inside when I saw it.
Right.
That being said, this person has a lot of friends, I'm sure, that they haven't talked to in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Is this amount of money enough for you to make that call? We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There are lots of people you know,
Yeah.
people you like that you just haven't talked to in a while.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes something happening, or good or bad, to initiate that phone call. And there is a number that you would have to call or text like this if it showed up in the news. The question is, what number would have to show up in their life where you would feel comfortable making that phone call?
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:45, ice cream technology has been just going crazy lately.
How far can it push it?
Well, here's the thing. There's an Italian restaurant in the Winton Village that is not known for its ice cream, but it is now.
Italian ice cream?
No.
And this is gelato.
No, it's not gelato. It's straight up ice cream. And it's so popular that they can't even keep this thing in stock. And it sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
But it might be brilliant.
So the flavor you don't like?
Yeah, we'll let you decide. And we'll do it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Someone's bank account in Rochester just got a whole lot fatter.
Ooh, what'd they get?
$1 million second prize lottery ticket was sold over the weekend at the Speedway on Ridge and Dewey in the city. And for some reason, that feels like the right place for someone to win $1 million.
Okay.
Like when you say, like, picture the most blue collar place you can.
That's dead center.
It's that spot, right?
That's ground zero.
Okay. Anyway, that person is going to walk away with a nice chunk of cash, and there are probably some people in their life that want to call them and say congratulations.
Yeah, is that what they're doing?
Well, so that's my question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Think about a buddy, a family member who you like. You like them. You just haven't talked to them in a while.
Yeah.
Would you call if you found out they won $1 million?
For sure.
Why?
Congratulations. Good for you, buddy.
Okay.
Could happen to a better man.
You understand what it would look like if you made that phone call, right? So that wouldn't keep you from making that phone call?
Well, just to say congratulations?
Well, I mean, yeah, look, you can
what are you up to?
You can be genuinely happy, and that's the thing. Like, you could make that phone call not wanting anything from them to say, I can't believe this is great. How you been? What's new?
We'll grab a drink one day.
Yeah.
Maybe lunch.
But if you do...
Out of town. On a boat.
If you make that phone call, that person is going to assume you want something
You know what you are? You're trolling.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you're not necessarily.
You kind of trolling.
Okay, I understand you as a person are trolling. Kimmy...
Yeah.
Right? There are people who you like, who you would be happy for, that you wouldn't want anything from them if they won $1 million.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Would you be afraid to make that phone call if you haven't talked to them in a while?
Yeah. You know, it would be something I would definitely be conscious of, because I could understand how that looks. Because I'm not somebody that normally, like, you know, checks in all the time. So, like, all of a sudden. What?
Oh, look who's talking over
I know.
here. I guess, no, I can't say that. You do check in. For being an antisocial parasite, you do check in on your family a whole hell of a lot.
I do.
Yeah, you do. You are really good about that.
Well, some have bank.
He does stay at their vacation home, so.
So you're saying, Kimmy, you are less likely to reach out to a friend that hits for $1 million than you would if they were just lying around and they popped in your head one day?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Well, let's say guys that we used to work with, that we were tight with, we don't see them all the time. If one of those guys hit, you wouldn't reach out to them?
All right, so let's use that as an example.
Yeah.
And I'll ask this question while we're having the discussion. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would a higher amount of money make you more or less likely to reach out to that friend or family member that you haven't talked to in a while? So you bring up people you used to work with. I'm going to put a person in your head.
Right.
Those people who have listened to the break room for years and years and years may remember Phil Sherman.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Phil Billy.
Yeah.
And we love Phil, but neither of us have talked to him in a long time.
No.
Okay. Let's say Phil wins $100 million.
Yeah.
Hits the lottery. Are you reaching out to Phil?
Yeah, I got to congratulate the kid. He's going to be in the news.
Yeah, you will. He'll be in
Finally.
the news. Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely reach out to Phil.
All right, so let's say you reach out to Phil and you go, hey, man, congratulations. So great to hear from you. Go, oh, thanks, man. Yeah, things are crazy. All right, well, great to talk to you, man. Hope everything's well. Talk to you later.
Oh, he's blowing me off?
Well, is that blowing...
Were you big shot now?
Wait. Is that
because you got more money than me?
Is that blowing you off? He had a conversation with you?
Well, he's kind of brushing me off a little bit.
Well,
that's how
what were you expecting, I guess?
He didn't ask anything about my life.
Okay, no, you have the conversation, obviously. How was things with you? What's going on? It's just a conversation that you would have had even if he had not won $1 million. That starts a conversation, but you just have the conversation. Hey, man, great to talk to you.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'll see you soon.
Okay, bye.
See you later. You upset?
Yeah, but I don't know why. Well, let's say they're going to have a big celebration party.
Okay.
I don't get invited.
Well, I mean, you haven't talked to him in 10 years.
Yeah.
Right. But I did reach out to you.
But you haven't talked. I mean, look, you You make fun of parties for friends that you go to.
I was going to say, it's something you wouldn't want to go to, so I can understand why they wouldn't invite you. Like, Tommy doesn't like that kind of stuff.
But I also helped give him a very derogatory name that has stuck. So would you reach out to Phil?
I don't know.
Well, you've actually taken trips with him.
I love the kid. And now that we're having this conversation, I feel guilty that I haven't talked to him in as long as I have.
Right, but
I think it makes you realize how you haven't been keeping in touch with somebody. Like when they get something new or do something cool, you don't want to make it seem, like you're just reaching out for that purpose. But hey, you know what? Because I saw that, I thought of you, and it made me realize like we're not keeping in touch like we should.
But I know if I make that phone call in this situation that he's going to assume that I want something from him, and I don't want to give the impression that I want something. So as much as I would want to talk to him, as much as I would want to congratulate him, I don't think I'd make that call because I don't want to look like a glom.
So unless you meet him, run into him face to face, you never talk to him again? Because now it's like you could never talk to him again.
Well, and that's like a dick too.
It makes it tough too because I'm sure people see these kind of things all the time on Facebook or Instagram, however you follow your friends. You see that they achieve something really great or they're moving up in the world in some way. And to your point, like, I don't know how to reach out now. Now is it too late?
I'll give you the perfect example.
All right.
So I have a comic buddy of mine. He's from Buffalo. I've known the kid for years and years and years. He's around my age. And within the last, 4 years, he's blown up.
Oh.
He got on this podcast. It's very popular. And that led to him, he's headlining, theaters across the country. He's a name now. There are people that go out of their way to buy tickets to see him perform.
Look at that.
And I am so happy for the kid.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's just a genuinely good person who I spent a lot of time with when we were bumming around doing crappy shows. And I could text the kid, and I've thought about it multiple times, but I won't do it.
Why?
Because I don't want him to think I'm like, hey, man, hey, if
got
you ever
any
need
room for me?
Exactly. Ever need an opener or any hair rack? I don't want to be that guy. And you're
so
right.
you just lose that guy forever?
I don't know.
It's a struggle.
What's the right thing to do?
I think you got to reach out to a guy.
Yeah, but you also want something because you admitted if Phil, in this example that we used, didn't offer you anything, you'd be pissed.
You know, throw me a bone, kid?
For what? Why would he owe you anything?
Everything I did for your radio career.
Well, says the guy who's not working in radio anymore. I mean, it's a really tough decision to make.
I think the proper thing to do is to reach out to people and just say congratulations and leave it at that.
But don't you think, in your...
And if they throw you a bone, they throw you a bone.
Do we have a breaking...
We have heard from Phil Sherman for the first time in about a decade.
Oh.
And he texts, I wouldn't give you effers 1 cent. Glad to hear you're doing well, Phil.
Yeah, I'm really focused on your job this morning.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Somebody just made $1 million after buying a lottery ticket at the Fast Track on Ridge and Dewey. And there are people that know this person when they become public, right?
Yeah.
And there are people you just haven't talked to in a while, friends and family members. Would winning an amount of money like this make you feel like you should reach out and congratulate them? Or would it keep you from doing that?
It also makes you think, why haven't I kept in touch with this person?
Well, but
it makes you start questioning, I guess, your own level of friendship or the way you handle friendship. Maybe I'm a bad person,
Yeah.
The only way I would look bad, to me, is if I had a falling out, because I'm a great person. The only way I would look bad if I had a falling out with somebody, and I've had a ton of it over the years. I've had buddies where we just broke apart, and there was a reason. If I reached out to that guy, that looks obvious. If I legitimately had a split and we both know why, and all of a sudden I go, hey, Chucky, congratulations. I look like a glommer.
I think you look like a glommer either way.
I think I look like a worse glom.
No, I agree
I'm
there.
glom light.
I agree. No, look.
Now with the third less glom.
More obvious.
The argument you made that you should reach out because that's a person you enjoy and they just
being social.
That's a valid argument. It's a valid argument. I still don't think I could get over it to actually make the phone call.
Do you kind of also feel this way if it's going the opposite for that person in life? Let's say they post about something terrible that happened or they're going through some tough times. I also won't reach out to them then because I also don't want to make it seem, I don't know. It's just any big life event, I feel funny reaching out to somebody that I haven't talked to in a while because it's like I'm just doing it because of that reason.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Unless there's something I can do to directly help that situation, I do feel uncomfortable because I also don't want to look like one of those people that's like trying to attach myself to your drama for the sake of being like, look at me, look at the nice things I'm doing. But maybe we're looking at this the wrong way.
I think we are.
Maybe it would be harder to handle if a close friend were to hit for a big chunk of cash.
Oh.
Well, let's say that Kimmy wins $100 million.
Okay.
We spend every day together.
Yeah.
We've been doing this for
Not
a decade.
anymore.
No, she's not going to cut you a check.
Yeah.
Okay. But would you feel shorted if she didn't do something for you?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
You got to.
What does she owe you? Why do you feel like she owes you?
Come on. It'll make you feel good watching me enjoy the money.
That's not the no. I said
you would get joy watching me enjoy.
I literally just said she's not going to cut you a check, and you go, yeah, you're right, and then you just brought back money again. I mean, she doesn't owe you anything.
No, she doesn't.
And so at what point would you then understand that she has money?
She got a lot of money.
But why are you entitled to any of it?
I'm not. But you should do the right thing.
No, what's the right? The right thing is
and
for
what amount? Because I could be like, you know what, Tommy, I'm gonna hook you up this Christmas. I'm gonna take you to your favorite shoe store, and you can pick out whatever pair of shoes you want.
Wait, we're going to Foot Locker Kids.
Like that in your mind is a nice thing to do, right? But you'd be like, but she's got $100 million. Like that's nothing.
Shoes.
That's what I mean, right? And like even crazier. Let's say she did cut you a check. Let's say she cut you a check for $50,000.
Oh, and by the way, it's like throwing me 50 cents to her.
You wouldn't want it.
I wouldn't?
No, I'm telling you, man. You
really?
Oh, that face says he wants it.
If she
Chill
came
out,
in,
my man.
If she came in and cut you a check for
$50,000,
$50,000, bro, you're her bitch now. Hey, I saw.
Bitch me up.
You lie, man. I think you
bend me over and bitch my ass up.
Nope.
I know you think that would be awesome for you until this woman
fill my bitch hole with bitch butt.
Oh my God!
And that's all legal.
Oh my God!
You are awarded no dollars.
If she. If Kimmy with $100 million were to come in and say either here's a check for no reason, or hey, I'm taking all of us on a show vacation, or hey man, we got you a fur coat.
Oh man, like Namath.
Every time you put that coat on, it will be a reminder of Kimmy doing better than you.
Oh,
Every time you put that coat on.
You overthink everything.
No, man, I'm telling you. You underthink everything.
You are so Catholic guilt overthinking. Put the fur coat on, load up your bitch hole, and go out and have some fun. Life is short.
Yeah, I mean, I know it would bother certain people. Like that, you definitely would not, Pat, have it. You'd have a tough time taking that from a person. But think about like our dads.
Oh, okay.
Like
my dad?
My dad, Tommy. Like, yeah, sure, I'll take all the free stuff with no guilt involved.
My dad had a rich friend at the condo. They lived in Florida. Mm-hmm. And this guy, he was a snowbird. He only came down for 3 months a year, but he had a really nice car.
Yeah.
So he asked my dad, he said, hey, Mike, once in a while, can you just take the car out and run it? Because I don't want to have to put it on a battery tender. My dad thought it was his car. He took it and put thousands of miles on it. And when the guy moved, he was pissed because he didn't have the second car. He just took it as his own.
All right.
So trust me, if that guy would have thrown him 50 G's, he would have grabbed it.
So is this a generational thing then? Are you the last generation that has no problem taking money for free?
Probably. The greatest generation.
No.
Because let me tell you
generation
something.
of free stuff.
Money don't care who's holding it, and the bank don't ask you any questions.
That doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
Take the money, baby. Go have some fun.
I'm being sincere. I'm not trying to sound like, I'm so much better than you, even though I am. I couldn't in good conscience take anything from Kimmy. I couldn't do it. I couldn't in good conscience take anything from Phil. I couldn't in good conscience. Let's say my buddy I just told you about, he's a comic. He goes, listen, man, I got 10 G for you to do 30 minutes in front of me at a theater. I couldn't take that.
I see you're saying, take that. So let's say I hit. Let's say I don't even believe in the lottery. And my wife goes and gets
lottery.
I hit for $100 million.
Okay.
I come in here, I'm bragging. Yeah. Oh, bad! I'm going here, going there, spending over here, spending over there.
Sure, that's different.
I have your passwords to everything, so you better come up with something.
So
for
she's
me.
already threatening me.
Yep.
I've already got cyber alerts because Kenny is hacking in my code. So I'm already being held cyber hostage.
This scenario is different.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Because Kimmy and I do so much for you on a daily basis.
That you don't even know.
You actually owe us.
How about if I went back and bought my old boat back? I found a guy that bought my boat.
Like your old 10-year-old
My old boat.
Still fits in it, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like a prom dress for women.
And I'm bragging about it.
No, I would expect you to give me something because, again, and Kimmy, because you actually owe us.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What are you?
Pat and his brother wrote a whole album for you.
We wrote a musical, a rock musical about your life.
All right, well, so what does a local album go for?
Local album, bro. What? Okay, I don't know. Kimmy, could you Google what
Studio Time.
What Tommy by the Who grossed? I think that's what
Not
I should
Tommy
get.
by the Who.
It was also a rock
Tommy
musical.
by the Beer Garden.
It was also a rock musical about a man named Tommy. These things seem pretty side by side. No, I mean,
So how much do I have to give you?
100. You got 100 mil?
Yeah.
I'll take 100 grand.
$100 grand.
Well, it's a tiny little percentage of
And
what
you don't
win.
need it.
What do you mean I don't need it?
I mean, Kimmy needs it.
I don't know. Like, from what I hear, money don't care whose hand it's in and the bank don't care where it came from. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and the chicks are free.
Always take the money.
All right, so I got to give you $100 grand.
Yeah.
And what about Kimmy?
10 million.
10?
Bro, you make her life hell every day.
I do not. Do I make your life hell every day?
Yeah, I would have settled for less, but I'll take 10 now.
What would you have wanted?
Oh, I was happy with $1 million.
Happy with $1 million? And what are you going to spend? You don't spend. Yeah, this would also burn my ass.
I have stuff I gotta pay for.
If I gave you $1 million.
And I like paid off my house and car and everything.
Put it into a CD. I'm going to wait it. It would piss me off.
You can't give somebody money and then choose how they spend it.
Yeah, I could do whatever I want. I would give you the money on the contingency that you piss it away.
Make me sign a contract.
That you piss it away. That's not that's fair.
I take that too.
Fine.
I'll take that too.
Okay.
You'll have memories.
Yeah.
I'm forcing you to have memories.
Deal. Now give me $1 million.
All right, I'll get back to you soon.
Let me ask you a question.
All right.
Kimmy, one more thing before we move on. All right, Tommy puts an offer out for you. He'll give you $1 million now.
Yeah.
Or whatever is left over when he dies. What would you take?
Well, his wife's still going to outlive him.
No. Let's just say it's Tommy. Tommy's going to be
just
dead.
Tommy?
Yeah, just Tommy.
I get to spend it any way I
See,
want.
I am worried about the way he's going to spend that money.
Do you think with the time he has left, he could spend $50 million cash after taxes?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Easily.
I'm taking the money up front.
All right.
Because you know I'm buying a yacht. The first thing I'm getting is a boat.
Yeah.
But then it's gone.
What's that?
It's all gone. You don't have enough money to buy a yacht.
There's all size yachts.
Okay.
I'll get like smaller to medium yachts.
Can I rent your yacht?
Oh, yeah, I'll make money. I'll get my money back.
Oh, my
Absolutely.
God.
No, like for free.
That's not
That's
rent.
not rental. That's borrowing a yacht.
Well, can I borrow your yacht and your crew and your chef?
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'll get back to you.
Let's take a break. Well, look, I mean, we can sit here and fantasize all we want, but nobody listening is going to have a yacht. I'm sorry.
No.
But you can get little simpler things in life.
Oh, I like simple things.
It's an Italian restaurant that you would not think of as selling this popular. But this food has become so popular at this restaurant, they can't keep it in stock.
Did they invent this?
I don't know. I've never heard of it before. It sounds gross, but
all right.
people love it.
All right.
We'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on CMF. But this place cannot keep it in stock.
Oh.
And it's not even a place that's known for stuff like this.
Is it an Italian treat?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Do you grow corn in Italy?
Of course, you grow corn all over the world.
What? I've never heard of like Italian corn.
Wait, you never had any Italian corn on the cob?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Are you familiar with Wildflower?
Yes.
No.
Kimmy, you want to clue Tommy in?
It's in the Winton neighborhood. It's like a sandwich shop.
Okay.
They have like I think they have like homemade pastas
Yep.
and stuff you can buy in there.
It looks really good.
Yeah,
I bet. It sounds
pizzas.
tasty.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are also apparently selling ice cream. And there is one ice cream flavor they have that has blown people away.
All right.
It is corn-flavored ice cream.
So it's just a flavoring of corn.
Sweet corn ice cream is what it's called.
Probably pretty good.
So according to a story in the DNC, the corn is grown by Amish and Mennonite families in Penn Yan.
Oh, so that's high-end corn.
And by the way, this isn't some joke ice cream like they do at Tom Wall's on April Fool's Day every year. Like, this is legitimate ice cream that is getting rave reviews and having people go out of their way to try it. So you're in. I thought you'd be appalled.
Well, I mean, I like corn. Who don't like corn on the cob?
Yeah, corn on the cob is a universal.
So you love corn so much that you'd be willing to eat ice cream, which you don't like, to get the corn flavor.
I would try it. It doesn't sound like a disgusting flavor to me to put together with something else.
The way they make it sounds interesting. They cut the corn off the cob, they put it in a pan, they steep it in cream and milk, and then they strain that, and they say that way you get the taste of the sweet corn without any actual corn in your ice cream.
Okay.
And the first batch sold out so quickly, it says in the DNC, they hadn't even shucked the corn for the next batch by the time it was gone.
Well, that makes sense because, I mean, if I love cornbread, and that's like kind of like a sweeter.
Okay.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I could see that translating into a dessert.
Yeah, but I can't imagine what it would taste like. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I can't picture in
cold corn.
Cold corn sounds gross.
Oh no, you can like they put like corn in like the Texas salsa and stuff.
Yeah,
and
Yeah,
it's
but
cold.
it's like there's everything else. Like, have you ever just eaten cold corn straight up? It's not good.
I've had it in a salad.
Yeah.
Again,
Cold, yeah.
Again,
I mean,
but it's all
kernels
mixed
of
with
corn.
other things. Like, all of the, it's a cacophony of flavor, Tommy.
But you like all this fusion crap.
No, I'm not saying I do, and I'll probably
I'm trying to
like
think. Is there another vegetable ice cream? Like, is there a spinach ice cream?
Never had it.
That's what I'm like. This has to be the first of its kind.
Yeah, maybe that's why it's throwing me off because you and I being Lugia's alumni out there.
Yeah,
in
I don't
Spencerport.
remember any savory ice cream like that.
Because you would probably, let's say they had a corn-infused craft beer.
Okay. Corn
Probably,
beer?
Yeah, I bet you it would taste good. It's like you're at a picnic. You're going to eat corn on the cob and drink a beer at the same time.
But why would I want double corn?
Double corn? I would love to be double corn.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, you
No,
tell me?
I cannot take
How is this gonna
myself.
work? Yeah.
Me being double
I was
corn,
about
somebody
to
would have to
go.
establish
I was about
a double corn. Well, you looked at me
Well, no, I was pausing to try and figure out which way I can get the corns on both sides of you.
like this.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this restaurant called Wildflower Italian Joint on Winton. They have sweet corn ice cream, and it is so popular they can't keep it in stock. If you want to try it, they say it'll be available for the next few weeks while it's in stock, while corn is in season. I always forget that corn has a season because we always have corn.
But this is like peak corn season right now.
I got it. You get so excited about
High
corn.
in the field.
What is the limit of ice cream when it comes to other flavors? Because if this corn ice cream works, should we mix everything with ice cream?
Well, not everything.
Well,
Cool
no.
out.
I mean, sweet and savory works, right?
Right.
Like, okay, we brought up Tom Wall, so they do those joke ice creams every year on April Fool's Day. A couple years ago, they made cheeseburger ice cream, and people liked it so much that there was a group that implored them to make it a permanent fixture on the menu. Had pieces of cheeseburger in the ice cream.
Damn. Cold burger.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, there are some, especially desserts that you wouldn't think worked, like carrot cake.
Carrot cake
That
is delicious.
sounds gross, but it is amazing.
So good.
Even if you don't like carrots, you still like carrot cake.
Somebody wrote us, Dan wrote us on Facebook, carrot cake ice cream. He says, so there's your.
Oh, there you go.
Is that technically a
I
vegetable?
don't know. But I would try that.
So would you eat a Zweigel's ice cream?
Yeah, I would try that.
That's just a hot dog flavored ice cream.
Yeah, I think I would try.
All right. Because you got the sweet, you got the salty,
Yeah.
and you got the sugar.
Yeah, I don't think.
I bet you that would kill.
I don't think there's a food you can name now that we're having this conversation. If you mixed it with ice cream, where I'd be like, no, there's absolutely no way.
How about dill pickle ice cream?
I think that exists already.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, it sounds like any kind of fun summer food you can almost mix in with ice cream, as long as it's not fish.
Fish ice cream.
Fish ain't happening.
That's a good
the
line to draw.
That's the line.
Haddock
no,
ice cream?
No. You can't do it.
Well, no, because they
don't work.
Hold on. Coleslaw is sweet, and people will put coleslaw on top of their fish fry when they eat it to get the sweet and savory.
True. I don't know. I just think fish doesn't work with other things, like as a flavoring.
Yeah, I guess when you're thinking about like outside foods, is there another food that it's like fish flavored food?
No.
The texture? Well, yeah, if there's actual fish in the ice cream, I don't want it, but like a fish
flavor. Nah, it wouldn't work, man. You know, it's going to taste nasty.
Shut up. I know. Everyone knows where you're going, stupid.
What, to your mom's house?
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
We have your chance at $100,000.
$100,000.
You can download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your chance of your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck with that. Coming up. This is one of those situations that is out of control and it shouldn't happen, but it's also easy to understand how you could go down this route.
Right.
Because when kids get in an argument or a fight, and parents then step in to try and figure that situation out. When there are two parents there, it can get real bad real fast. And in this situation, it got real bad real fast.
Okay.
And we'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a situation that doesn't have a right response.
Oh.
Well, okay, we know this isn't the right response.
Okay.
But you would understand why parents may feel pressure to do something they wouldn't normally do if this were to happen. One man found out how badly it can end when you decide a tag team fight is the way to go with your kid.
This'll solve it.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. The story comes from the city of Rochester. And it began with, and I'll quote the story from 10 NBC, 2 children fighting.
Right.
At some point, according to police, 2 adults got involved. And that's when the situation escalated. Authorities say a 19-year-old man was stabbed
Jesus.
by a 34-year-old man during the altercation.
Wow.
So it starts with 2 little ones fighting. Now a 34-year-old man is allegedly stabbing people. The victim was taken to the hospital. No one else was hurt. 34-year-old man was arrested, on account
Kids
of
need
his
therapy, but we're all good.
And there's no word on what charges the 34-year-old is facing. So this is one of those stories that is a lot more complicated than it seems on the surface. Because no grown-ass people should ever get involved in a fight with their kids fighting, right? The thing to do is to break up the fight and get out of there.
Yeah.
And then from that point, you determine what the punishment's going to be for your kid. But, Tommy, when things get physical and kids are involved, it's not that simple.
No.
You got 2 kids here, but you're only responsible for one of those kids. Some adults will have feelings toward that other kid that was fighting your kid. Some may say something. Some may get physical when trying to break the stuff up. And if a parent of that kid sees that go down,
then we're off to the races.
we got a problem, baby.
Yeah.
Kid fights even with one parent that doesn't want to back down or understand how out of control the situation can get super scary in ways you don't see coming. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the right way to end a fight your kid is in with another kid?
But every fight's different, right? And every situation is different, so you can't even prepare for it. And you don't know how that other parent's going to react to you physically trying to separate 2 kids.
Okay, so maybe that's the wrong way to do it.
But how else do you do it if they're mauling each other? How do you get in there and break this up?
Hey, cut it out.
Yeah, because
that should work.
And if you are the parent watching another parent jump in, you're
Touch your
think,
kid.
You're gonna think that parent's defending their kid. My kid needs some backup here, or my kid needs, I'm gonna step in and defend my kid's side.
Yeah. What do you do then? I mean, how do you ensure that something like this doesn't get out of control? Because I know there are parents listening that have stumbled upon this situation. And I also know, just based on statistics, there are parents listening that ended up in a kerfuffle with another parent because their kid and that other kid started going at it together.
Because I'm guessing by the time you realize there's something going on, it's already too late.
Okay.
They're already mixing it up.
Okay.
I mean, unless you catch it at its beginning, which is probably pretty rare, you're going to come in mid-fight.
Yeah.
So which means now you got to physically get in there and pull these 2 kids apart.
Unless you just let them go.
Okay, but let's say the other parent doesn't want to one of the parents is not going to let it go. Odds are, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So now somebody's got their hands on your kid, just trying to separate them, as I almost separated myself from the microphone. It's a disaster, man.
Look, I mean, I think
I didn't see nothing.
I think the best case. Wait, you're gonna pretend you don't see your kid fighting another kid?
Okay, first of all, let's say I'm a grandparent, right?
Yeah.
And let's say my wife and I are watching the kids, and they're of fighting age.
Okay.
9, 10 years old, all that stuff.
Sure.
Let's say the kids start mixing up. My wife's going in.
Yeah.
She's going in, and she's going to protect our grandchild.
Okay,
period.
Let's put a pause in the story. Do you think she would be protecting her grandchild, or she would be so furious with her grandchild for fighting that that kid's going to catch the wrath of her?
It might be mixed emotions, but let's just say in the scenario we're at the park or something, and somebody else goes over to separate the boys, right? And he puts his hands on her grandchild.
I know.
Bro,
I know.
I'm going to be in the back of a squad car. Because I know
for your own protection?
I'm going to call the police because I know she ain't going to mess. I mean, the horns are going to, and the fangs are going to come out, and it's going to get ugly.
Because, like, here's what sucks.
And there's nothing I can say.
And that's just it. Here's what sucks about the scenario. Kids will fight. I mean, it's a part of being kids, right? And I don't look at a kid that gets in a little fight with another kid as like a bad kid.
It's a rough up.
Right? But you also can't stand back and just let it happen. It's a really bad look. If you look out your window and you see the other parent, arms crossed at the end of the driveway, like watching Fight Club happen, right? But again, you're right. If you do anything to insert yourself in this situation, you are now risking escalating the situation like what happened here, where a 34-year-old man stabs another adult because a kid fight started, right? So is there no way to handle this the right way?
I don't think so.
Do you have to negotiate with the other parent before you get in and break up this fight?
But, like, it's going down so fast.
You don't even have time to think about it.
Right. It's, it goes so fast.
I think the only thing you can do to keep things from going bad is scream at your kid and only your kid to get the hell out of there, or there's going to be serious consequences.
But is your kid, I mean, if you scream at your kid and they're just completely in the zone.
Yeah, I know.
And then you're traumatizing your kid. And then, like, if I walked over and started screaming at our grandchild, now my wife's pissed off at me because I'm being mean to the little one.
I think that's appropriate if the kids fight and scream.
I mean, this is just a desperate situation.
I'm telling you, man.
Your wife would be screaming I mean, if she was there, too, she would also be panicking. She may not even be paying attention to what you're doing.
But if I'm yelling, like, to stop fighting, she's going to be mad at me with my tone.
No, you have this weird image that you can do no right as a step-grandfather. And I'm telling you, you're wrong. That's the appropriate response is to yell at the kid.
Just because it's the appropriate response doesn't mean you could get hung for doing the right thing.
252 WCMF. This conversation started, a story in the city of Rochester, two kids fighting is how it starts. It ends with a 19-year-old and a 34-year-old man getting involved with each other over this fight. The 34-year-old man allegedly stabbed the 19-year-old. Also not what I saw coming. I would think if there's a stabbing in this story, the 34-year-old would be the one getting stabbed. It sounds like the 19-year-old's going to be okay. 34-year-old was arrested. But again, like when you stumble upon your kid, two kids, a kid you're responsible for, fighting with somebody else, what do you do? Anthony's on CMF. Hey, Tony. How are you, brother?
Hey, what's up, bud? How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Good.
The only thing that you could possibly do is you just take your kid, just run in there, grab your kid, throw him under your arm, and get him out of the situation. Like if your car was nearby, just open up the car, throw him in there, and lock it.
Okay.
You know?
Now that Anthony.
Is it when Reagan got shot? Shove him in there.
Now, Anthony,
that's all you can do. You just got to abstract him from the situation.
Okay, so Anthony, that sounds great if you got like an 8 to 11-year-old kid that you can one arm and yank out of
if you could overpower the kid.
14-year-old kid.
Yeah, 14,
That's
15, 16-year-old. I mean, I was 250 at 14.
Oh, yeah, you were a two-man job.
Hey, Anthony, if you insert yourself in that situation trying to pull your kid away and you catch a stray from the other kid, do you have the self-control to be like, well, that was an accident.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue to do what I was doing here?
Yeah, I would just continue to do what I was doing. I mean, how hard could it? I mean, I could take a punch.
Okay.
I'd be fine.
Okay.
I mean, I put myself in that situation. You know, if you're going to put yourself in that situation where you got to do that, you got to be accepting to take a hit by accident. You know,
all right,
stuff happens.
All right, Anthony, let me ask you this question. Let's say you got another parent, you don't know who the parent is, whatever. The kids are fighting. They're trying to separate their kid from your kid. He swings to, flail his body to pull the kid away, and he accidentally elbows your kid in the face. Do you understand that, or now do you have an issue?
Oh, you mean if the other parent elbowed my kid in the face?
He was just trying to get his kid away, but your kid is now, he's got a big cut over his eyebrow. It's like the 10th round of a boxing match, and I got hit in the face. It was an accident, but there was contact made, Anthony.
I mean, I could say I wouldn't do anything, but in the heat of the moment, if I see my kid bleeding and an adult did that to me, I don't know. Okay. I can't tell you what I would do.
Not so easy anymore, Mr. Answers, is it?
Well, you didn't put that in before. That was an extenuating circumstance.
Anthony.
And one more thing.
Yeah.
I'm a little upset, Pat. You forgot to tell Tommy about our kiosk in the men's room.
Which one's that?
You know, the one we just opened in the men's room.
Yeah. What's it called?
Pat and it's called Uncle Pat and Anthony's. Bend over and open your mouth. Here comes a double corn surprise.
Sauce.
Oh, you're talking about our tag. You're talking about our tag team kiosk in the bedroom, Andy. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Andy and I are going to sodomize in the bedroom, apparently.
I would say this: if they were like 13-year-old boys fighting, let them fight.
No, that's the most dangerous fight.
Like whatever.
It would be tough though if you saw your kid getting beat up. I mean, you're picturing a fair fight. You don't know if it's going to go that way.
Let's just say it's just a push around.
What's up? Okay, is that a 1950s
they're not
term
really
for something? Hey, want to go outside and have a push
going
around?
like
You're
this
doing
to
more
each
hugging
other.
and dancing. I'm sorry.
No, they're like got their fists up, like dancing.
Like to your point, those kids are 160 pounds, and you're trying to get in there and break up two kids that are fighting.
I do find it funny that he thought 160 pounds was a lot of pounds.
What a 13-year-old
That's what
that
a
should
bitch
be.
he is.
That's a big kid.
You're a full 160 pounds.
What does that 13-year-old weigh?
Why?
Well, you're saying I'm light. You're telling me there's 200-pound 13-year-olds?
What is that 13-year-old
Pardon me,
weigh?
boy, get on that scale. Take off your shirt. No, sorry.
I will say, like, as a kid, of the fights I witnessed between, kids fighting at school or on the play, wherever they were fighting, no adult ever, like, successfully broke up a fight in one try. You know what I mean? Like there always had to be another adult that got involved, or like somebody else had to step in. Like no adult knew what to do right away whenever that broke out.
Yeah, when I was in military school, they didn't break them up.
Oh, they let them go?
They used to say, "Well, when you get done, clean this up."
Oh,
like they didn't get involved. They just figured let these kids beat the hell out of each other and burn out.
It's so dangerous, man. It is so dangerous.
It is.
You don't know who goes down, who hits their head where.
I know.
You can blind somebody by accident. I mean, all these things can happen.
I know.
Like, we sit here, we talk about innocent teenage fights, and I guess most of them end up that way. But you don't know. I mean, crazy things can happen, man.
Accidents, for sure.
And if I'm standing there, Elvis Costello, and I'm watching this happen, and somebody goes down, and something bad happens, now I'm on the hook.
So what do you do if your wife jumps in before you?
Oh, I don't want that.
And now you got to get your wife out of there and the kid out
All
of
right,
there.
if my wife is in the situation, all right, here's my first goal. All right, here's what I'm doing. All right, my daughter's, it's a girl fight too, which is not good. So let's say my 14-year-old, who I could absolutely see doing this, gets in a fight with some other girl, right? And they're outside, my wife sees it, and I'm out with my wife. My first job is to prevent my wife from getting into that scrum. And that is my number one job. I am playing left tackle pass protector, keeping my wife. I'm stepping with the left hand, and I'm keeping her away. After I've diffused that, then I'm going in. But now that it's also it would be a girl-on-girl fight.
Yeah, that's tricky.
But my wife will also
they're gonna lock hair.
My wife's going to be pissed off that I stopped her from intervening.
I understand. I'll deal with that later.
But that's another fight.
I don't want my wife in the heat of the moment.
I know.
To do something to another girl.
I know.
To a child.
Or just a kid.
That's what I mean. And my wife's not a violent person, but I don't know how
my
she's
wife
going to react
until the kids are involved.
That's what I mean. So
I don't want to know what she's got in that purse that I haven't seen. She pulls out one of those telescopic nightsticks, goes in swinging, like she's breaking up a soccer riot.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Group Facebook page. This comes in from Dave. Dave says, Duffy, you're a hockey parent. Shouldn't you be okay with fighting? Let the kids fight it out. Everything will be okay. All right,
Well, a hockey fight's a little bit different than a spontaneous park fight.
It is, but even that gets uncomfortable.
I'm sure.
So my daughter last year at a tournament in Pittsburgh got in her first little fight. And she didn't start it. I sound like every parent in the whole world, right? Well,
wasn't her fault.
No, but the girl sucker punched her 3 times.
Jesus.
And Stella got a couple in, and I was actually I had to be like, Dad, don't you do that, right? That's not how we play hockey. But I was proud that she took the shots and was able to get back in there. But it was at the end of this game, and it was a close game, and they were holding on, and it was already tense. And the girl's parents, the girl who threw the first couple of punches, was like, they're pissed off at my kid.
Yeah.
And I'm not the type, to say anything.
Yeah.
And thank God my wife did not make that trip to Pittsburgh with us.
Yeah.
I just sat there, shrunk down a little bit, and let everything play itself out. I could see my wife in that situation. Well, why don't you tell your child to take my child first? Because even in that controlled environment where there's a referee to step in and break everything up, right? That could have got bad. Yeah. And I think every sports parent, whether it's soccer or hockey or football, has seen fight on the field happens, everything gets taken care of. It's the fight in the stands.
Yes.
Afterwards, it's a bigger problem.
And I'm always amazed at the people that I always thought were pretty calm and cool that flip the F out.
Brings out the word. It's just it's just a recipe for disaster. I think it brings out the worst in even the most calm, rational individual.
Hey, man, it's like I always say, youth sports would be awesome if it weren't for the parents.
Yeah.
Put that on a T-shirt, sell it in the rock shop.
Nobody's buying it.
You're right. Let's take a break. I'll tell you what people will be buying.
What's that?
Tickets to this major event with a super big celebrity coming to Rochester.
The hell's coming in?
Oscar winner, bud.
Oscar winner.
And she is going to be here to screen one of her most popular movies.
Wow.
I know. No, so it's this is not so unique. For those who don't know, this actually happens pretty often.
The Eastman House, right?
Yes. And we'll explain everything that's going to happen. But what I'm wondering here is, do people go to events like this at Eastman because they are big-time film fans that have questions? Or are they doing it just to be in a room with a celebrity?
What do you think?
Well, I'm wondering, sincerely.
They try to pass it off. Oh, yes, I'm feeling...
No, but, like, I wouldn't think of this celebrity as, like, the kind of person, like, you have to, like, be in the
we're
same
like,
room
they're
as.
super fans of the celebrity.
But maybe we're wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, she does have an Oscar.
Oh, yeah.
We'll tell you who we're talking about.
Got an Oscar.
Next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Rochester loves its celebrities.
Oh, yeah.
Anything in town with someone famous will bring people out.
It's pretty cool.
And let's not forget when people lined up to get Kelsey Grammer's autograph on his beer.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say that again. When people in Rochester lined up so Kelsey Grammer could autograph his beer for you.
Pretty cool.
There is a movie star coming soon.
Oh.
And events like this with big stars happen at this place more than you think.
Mm-hmm.
But when people go here in Rochester, are we going for artistic reasons?
Yeah.
Or because, hey, that's a famous person right there? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We have tickets for the September 15th NASCAR playoffs at Watkins Glen. This year's Go Bowling at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race, the second race of the NASCAR playoffs, round of 16. They are on sale right now at theglen.com. But we have a pair.
How do I get them?
Don't call now.
All right.
Do not call now.
Oh, wait.
Wait a little bit longer. Wink. And we will have you those tickets.
You don't wink at NASCAR, son.
Bro, NASCAR's winking country. You ain't NASCAR if you ain't winking. They say winking is racing. Give us a little while. We'll get you those tickets to go see NASCAR Watkins Glen here in the break room on CMF. Academy Award-winning actress Helen Hunt is coming to Kodak Hall for a screening of her famous film, Twister.
Man.
Yep. The film, which also stars Rochester native Philip Seymour Hoffman, it'll be on October 29th. And, Kim, you'd assume this is happening thanks to the remake, bringing back interest in the original.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think so.
Right. That's one of the biggest movies in the
she's
country
huge.
right now.
I mean, she's been in a lot of great movies.
Academy Award winning.
Yeah.
What did she win the Academy Award for?
Is it the one she did with Jack Nicholson?
Twister 2, You Can't Handle the Twist.
Twist again like we did last summer. I think it's the one she did with Jack Nicholson where he was like a real jerk.
Oh.
Yeah.
That
as
really
good as
narrows
it gets.
Good as it gets? Is that what it was?
Did
you say the Jack Nicholson movie where he was a real jerk?
Yes.
Which one was that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, it says she won the Academy Award for Best Actress for starring as a single mother in the romantic comedy film As Good as It Gets.
No, you nailed it. Good job.
All right.
Okay, so not only will she be in the building for the screening, she's also doing a Q&A, an interview afterwards, and sharing behind-the-scenes stories from the movie. Tickets go on sale this week if you want to go check it out. Tommy, is Helen Hunt famous enough to get Rochesterians out to the Eastman House for this event?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big name.
Because we've showed up bigger for smaller.
Yes.
John Lithgow, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
So, for those who may not know, this is a common event at the Eastman. They show classic films, and they fly in the stars, and sometimes the directors, and they talk about making them, the experience they've had since. And if you're a film buff, it's a really cool experience. But to the folks that go to these events, are you going because you have an opportunity to hear an artist discuss their craft? Or are you going only to be in the same room as a celebrity?
Because those are two different types of people.
Very much so.
So you got smug film guys.
Okay, they're not all smug. I hate when you do this.
Not that smug. A good smug.
What's a good smug?
A good smug.
A gug?
Yes. And then you got star effers that show up too, stargazers.
Okay.
But I think there's kind of a hybrid smug stargazer.
Smug effers?
Yeah.
Wait, what does that person look like? Those two things you can't be smug and a star effer at the same time.
You kind of can, but you pass it off like you're intelligentsia.
Okay, no, let me put it this way.
Right.
For the folks that are like into film and find these interesting, it wouldn't matter who was coming to the Eastman because you would want to just hear an artist.
You go to all of it.
Yeah, discuss their craft. And I also get that there are people that are straight up Helen Hunt fans and want to go see Helen Hunt. The people I'm talking about are the folks that are not particularly a Helen Hunt fan. Like, you don't like, she's good in things, but you don't like love Helen Hunt. And the people that aren't film buffs, folks that are saying, ooh, I know who that person is. I want to go sit there and watch.
Because they're name droppers. They want to go so they can say that they were there and they met Helen Hunt. They'll take the selfie with her if they can.
Yeah.
And that'll be their screensaver. You know, I mean, they're that person. And we know a million of these guys that do this stuff.
Okay.
That show up for everything.
You're so cool, man. Like, you don't even get swept up in this celebrity stuff, man. Like, look, you're above it all, man.
You're the same guy.
No, I'll go to meet famous people that I like.
Not Buffalo Bills. Just regular famous people that you have very little interest in. Because I've said sometimes if so-and-so is down the hall, I go see him and you kill me for it.
No, yeah, but that's O.J. Simpson. He murdered people.
He's also a big name.
Yeah, in the murder game.
And in the Hall of Fame game.
Kimmy, are you someone that is drawn to an event like this because Helen Hunt, somebody famous, is there?
No, I'm probably not like going on my way, or if there's like a cost involved with it, I'm probably out. You know what I mean?
If they're trying to make money for the
like if you have to
facility
purchase,
or business.
Save the Children Foundation.
To something like this, like unless I really loved the movie and it was just like, a part of my life in some way, maybe then I'd be more interested. But for something like this, like it was cool at the time. I don't know if like I'm a big enough Twister fan and Helen Hunt fan combined to want to go out of my way to do this.
I would think you would be a Helen Hunt fan basically because you kind of look like Helen Hunt.
I look like Helen Hunt?
A little bit.
What do you mean by that?
She looks like Helen. You don't think she looks a little bit like Helen?
I've never, ever been told that I look like Helen Hunt.
I mean, she's not like your traditional movie star.
What do you mean by that?
She's more of an everyday person.
She's plain looking.
Yes. Yes. Dressed down. She's not Flash.
I don't know why you're looking at me like you expect me to be like, oh, thank you.
I just said you look like a movie star.
Kind sir.
I just said you look like a movie star. That's bad?
It was just a weird comment.
252 WCMF.
Like you could relate to her.
Do you find Helen Hunt attractive?
Good
luck answering this one.
I know. Look what you did.
Hey, look, back myself into a corner. Checkmate, bitch.
You made your bed.
I will say when she was with Paul Reiser, she was attractive.
Okay, Kimmy doesn't know who that is.
I saw her recently in something and she looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, she goes
so you
either
find
way.
Kimmy attractive?
Not yet. Who knows?
252 WCMF.
Maybe we'll have a windstorm today.
252-9263. Helen Hunt is coming to the Eastman to screen her film Twister, the original one.
By the way, it's probably her weakest role.
I thought she was great in that.
I know, but it's more like anybody could have played that role.
Oh my God! How are you so insulting for no reason?
Shots for no reason.
No, she's got an emotional arc. Her dad was killed by the tornado.
That movie
Where's his
was
award? He gets psyched out the window. No, I'm saying like.
Yeah, but you'd have to award every guy that ever hung out with your mom. A lot of dudes getting sucked out the window while your mom's there. They called her the Tallahassee Twister. You were saying, I'm sorry.
I don't know what
No, you don't know what you were saying.
No, I'm saying like of her body of work. That's not her greatest work.
What's her greatest?
I would say the one she did with Jack. It was an emotional range, and she's played other like.
These smug movie guys. Let me tell you about Helen Hunt's emotional range. You prick.
She's played alcoholics, vulnerable women.
Sure.
I mean, this was basically a summer disaster movie where you could have put anybody in there.
Okay, I'm going to go back to this thing here because you just said that, with these celebrities that show up, the actors and the directors, that, like, you're above that, right? You're not in the
I'm not a name drop. Ask Wheeze.
Is there a living actor that could get you down to the Eastman to buy a ticket to watch one of their movies?
Oh, yeah, some of the epic guys.
Give me one.
Sure. Well, Clint. Gene Hackman.
So you would sit and watch Clint Eastwood watch his own movie?
Oh, yeah. Gene Hackman is another one.
Gene Hackman?
Yeah,
I mean, guys that will fall asleep watching their own movies.
She's right,
Well, they would have to be older cats.
Superman 3, Gene Hackman's here.
I got another one.
But okay, go ahead.
He's more of a cartoon, but Arnold
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Okay, he could be entertaining. But I would worry, like with those guys that you just mentioned, some of them you haven't seen in so long. I don't know what you're going to get out of a Q&A.
Yeah. They're ancient, yeah.
It may not be as exciting as you think it's going to be.
I'm
sure you're in a room with like a living legend, but that's pretty much what you're getting.
But that's what I'm looking. I'm trying to think of like guys of that stature that have that greatest body of work who's still around.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Arnold with the greatest body there for a second. No, but you just said
he's still pretty in good shape, bro.
You killed star effers, and then you admitted that you're not going to hear Clint or Gene Hackman or Arnold Schwarzenegger talk. You don't care about their answers. You just want to be in the same room with them, which makes you a star effer.
Yeah, but I'm top shelf. I mean, you can't get bigger than those guys. And to my feeling, you're never going to see that level of star ever again.
Okay. I love how other stars don't matter to you, therefore they're not at the same level.
No, I mean, listen, there's great guys out there. I don't think they got the hang time of a Gene Hackman.
You keep saying Gene Hackman. I get Clint Eastwood fine. I get Arnold Schwarzenegger fine. Gene Hackman.
But Gene Hackman probably is one of our greatest American actors.
Kimmy, name the best movie Gene Hackman was ever in. Can you name a movie?
Yes, I'm trying. Well, I'm trying to think of the last thing I saw.
Hackman Ridge that he was just in.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm totally blanking on a Gene Hackman movie.
Remember that one where he played basketball?
Remember the one with the gun?
What was that? Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. You don't remember Hoosier?
Oh, okay.
Hoosiers. You can't even say the name of it. What is with you adding S's where they don't belong and taking S's where they are?
I'm so done
with
the
alphabet. You know what the problem is? There's just not one that stands out to me, and maybe it's because I'm, I
the French Connection.
Yeah, she doesn't know what the French Connection is.
Oh, my God. All right.
Yep. By the way, how old is Gene Hackman?
Oh, he's 90. I think he's 93.
Have you seen a picture of him lately?
He looks like he's 94.
94.
Yeah. He lives in New Mexico.
Okay, now I'm getting freaked out. She got so much Gene Hackman.
He's 94. He lives in New Mexico, and he goes out to lunch once a week. And apparently, the New York Post hangs out and takes pictures of him.
I'm worried for you.
I follow the New York Post, like all old people. It's the New York Times for dumb people.
Can't argue that, man. I get a lot of stories from the Post.
They're the best.
Like when it comes to Helen Hunt coming to town, she's going to watch Twister. It's the watch a movie. They screen the movie in a Q&A. Do you think the actors and directors watch the movies with everyone else while it's on in the theater?
Well, I thought they sit there.
Well, they're not on stage. They usually bring them out on stage after.
Oh, I figured they were just sitting in the audience in front row or something.
Yeah, I bet you they watch their own private screening of it first.
How many times do you think Helen Hunt has seen Twister?
Probably when she may have never seen it.
Well, yeah. Do you think actors watch back the movies they were in for fun? Because I know you probably watch the screening of it after it's done. You go to the premiere and watch it there.
But I bet you after that you're done with it because you don't forget you're going on to other projects. It isn't like that's the only thing she's ever done. And to your point, I bet you some don't want to watch themselves because they probably start. Oh, I should have done this differently. You'll start picking apart the film you did.
There have to be.
I always assume that people have a especially artists like that. They have a tough time looking at their own work because they have an idea of what they thought it was going to be in their head, and maybe it's different when it's put into production. I don't know. I think unless there was something they were really, really proud of, that's their highlight. I don't know how often they watch all their stuff.
And I always wondered, how it's federal law that Shawshank Redemption has to be on TV at all times in the United States, right? Do you think Morgan Freeman?
They stop and watch it.
Yeah, because everybody stops and watches the Shawshank Redemption. Everybody stops. Does Morgan Freeman watch it from when the guy hung himself and then to the end?
Yeah.
Maybe you get to an age too where you like to see yourself as a younger person.
That also bum you out.
Yeah.
Look at all that hair I had.
I mean, if we're being real, what people really want from these things, outside of an autograph or a picture, is dirt on other people in the business because they sell it as Q&A behind-the-scenes stories.
But they're never going to say anything.
I mean, some actors do. I mean, someone like Helen Hunt, and I've said Helen Hunt so many times, it's lost all meaning. Saying that name over and over again, it doesn't feel like words anymore.
Right. She's one of the surviving members of that cast. Because didn't Bill... What?
Nothing. We were having so much fun.
I was thinking... Well, you were asking, would you talk about stories and, who's she going to upset?
Is Bill Pullman, right?
Yeah, he passed away.
He did?
Yeah, he got sucked up by that Twister.
That was him? The guy with the gun? All right, so he's one of the few guys. So she's left.
Remember that fun we were having until Kimmy pointed out that everybody, including a Rochester native who was in that movie, have passed away?
Well, those are going to be if she's going to get any questions, she's going to be what Bill it was
Pullman. Bill Pullman. No, you're thinking of...
Gary Coleman?
No, Bill Pullman wasn't in Twister.
Who was it?
It's the other guy that.
Bill Pushman.
No.
But she's gonna get a bunch.
Bill Paxton. Yeah. I told you.
All right, I was close.
I was closer with Pushman.
So she's gonna get a bunch of Seymour Hoffman questions because he's a native and he also won an award.
Absolutely, but she's not gonna crap. There's nothing to. You know what I'm saying? What I was getting at is if you go and see somebody, you want to hear them say something bad about their co-star or the director, or the director talk about someone was being dramatic, right? Unless you're a diehard Helen Hunt fan, you want to walk away with a little dirt because that's the most entertaining stuff about Hollywood. Right. Fair?
Yeah.
And I wonder if these artists know that because I'm sure they get paid to come to these.
Yeah, play to the audience a little bit.
Exactly. You want them to keep coming back or be booked for another one of those. So give me a little dirt that I just made up and I'll act it out because that's what I do for a living.
She doesn't seem like that type, though.
You know nothing about Helen Hunt.
I know. But based on her... She's never been in the tabloids or anything. She's never done anything bad that I can think of.
I hear it's because she's so plain looking.
Probably. She's plain Jane.
I would worry going to something like this if I'm a fan that person's only going to get ruined for me Because you don't know, like, do they want to be here? Are they going to act like they're excited to be here? Because they're probably not.
Okay.
And if they're not, like, what is it, happy and go luckies you think they're going to be? Is it going to ruin that actor or actress for you?
I'm going to say something that's going to sound mean, but I don't mean it to be mean.
Yeah.
All right, if you were to bring in someone like a Clint Eastwood, you're right. That guy probably doesn't want to be here. He's going to sit in a theater full of people. He's going to collect a check and go home because Clint Eastwood is a living legend who people just revere, right? Helen Hunt won an Oscar. Yeah. Very talented actress. I want to know how many people stop Helen Hunt on a daily basis while she's walking around and go, oh, my God, I love you so much.
She could fly under the radar.
So, like, to be in a theater full of people that paid money to appreciate her art, that's got to be flattering. Okay. And I would guess an actress of Helen Hunt's level. See, that sounds bad. I don't mean it to sound the way I'm sounding. I don't know how to make it less harsh, but I'm trying to make a point that sounds really
You ain't Clinton, baby, and you never will be. Any other questions?
All right, let's take a break. The New York State Fair, buddy.
Getting ready to go, right?
Yeah, right around the corner. And the most important part of the New York State Fair has arrived. People don't go to this just for this, do they?
There's no way, but they try to make out like, hey, now we can have a fair.
It's a massive deal. Look,
but you do it every year.
But like the way that they cover this does suggest that there are people who go just to witness this. We could be wrong.
All right.
We'll get into it. But first, caller 8 right now. We got a pair of grandstand tickets to the Sunday, September 15th NASCAR playoffs at Watkins Glen. This year's Go Bowling at the Glen NASCAR Cup Series race, the second race in the NASCAR playoffs round of 16. To purchase tickets for additional info on camping, hospitality, and shutting up, go to theglen.com or call us right now. 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Go Bowling at the Glen. Pair of tickets for you. NASCAR Cup Series race. 8th caller, 252-WCMF. Best of luck from your friends here on CMF. If they cover it this much, it has to matter. Next on CMF. We can all agree this is kind of a stupid thing. And I know people get offended by that because there are folks, we work hard to make this. No, it's delicious.
Oh, yeah.
You just don't need this thing. That being said, there must be people that go just to see this because every year there is an insane amount of coverage of when it's coming, what the first day will be it's open, and what it will be. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got a short one here because coming up on everybody's favorite break room segment.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Give us a couple minutes. We got Where They Whine and coming here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The butter has arrived.
What?
For the New York State Fair butter sculpture. No word on what the butter will be shaped into.
Well, that's top
secret. It's always
secret.
a big reveal.
It is.
Yeah,
it
Hochul
is.
don't even know.
Yeah, but statewide, we are all waiting with bated breath. Quick sidebar, you brought that up.
Right.
Do you think if the governor, the person who runs the state of New
Top
York,
secret.
wanted to know what the butter sculpture was going to be, that they'd tell her?
You'd have to, man.
I don't know. I mean,
if there's one person you're going to butter up, it's the governor.
Folks. So this story of what the butter sculpture will be and when it will debut is covered thoroughly every year. There will be a minimum of 3 more stories about it before they actually reveal the butter sculpture.
They just showed them bringing the butter in undercover. I'm not kidding you. Off the truck, undercover, and then them putting it in that case wherever they're going to do the sculpture.
Is there like a special team that does that every year? Like,
oh, you're talking about Butter Force 1?
Is that your sole job?
Yeah, to do sculpture, yeah.
Well, okay, no, we know. Remember we found out last year, because this is how much it gets talked about. Every year we talk about the butter sculpture, that the sculptor was not a New York native. Wasn't he from Pennsylvania?
Something,
Probably.
He's
He's
from
got
out
to
of
be,
state.
yeah.
You couldn't find anybody in New York that knew how to sculpt butter? And this guy who sculpts butter sculptures, he does these for state fairs across the country. So he's not even exclusive to New York State, which kind of felt like I was robbed.
Oh, all
right? Give me a good old New York set of hands sculpting my butter sculpture. So, Tommy, despite the fact that this is pointless is too harsh a word.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying pointless.
Right. Unnecessary?
No. Okay, unnecessary is fair. There must be people that go to the state fair just for the butter sculpture based on what a big deal it is every year leading up to
Wait,
the
you're
butter
saying
sculpture.
just for the butter sculpture? Like they could care less about all the other fun stuff going on at the fair?
Well, that's a bonus, but they're mainly going for the butter sculpture.
That's a sad butter person.
I'm a butter person, a sad butterball?
Yeah.
I mean,
it really is.
Maybe it's a family tradition, like one of those things where everybody takes a picture in front of the butter sculpture. Maybe you're a family that, has
People
roots.
go and look at Christmas, like a Christmas tree, right?
Yeah, like Christmas trees dazzle you. It's a festival time of the year.
Like
there's all that good...
more work probably goes into the butter sculpture.
But I'm just thinking, you're at the fair, all that good food, the excitement, the razzle dazzle. I got to go into a room and look at a dairy product.
I love how you call it razzle dazzle. It is a state fair. I wouldn't say that there's razzle and dazzle. Maybe dazzle.
There's always razzle dazzle on the Midway.
What's a razzle dazzle?
The bells, the lights, the people, the excitement, the food.
Like the butter sculpture gets more coverage than the shows that they put out on the New York State Fair. And the concerts that they do are phenomenal.
Yeah, they bring in big name talent every year.
And if I'm not mistaken, they're free with admission to the fair, which is only like $8.
Yeah.
Right? So you can go see legitimate living musician legends that are performing for you if you just wander over where they're playing in the, whatever, Chevy, whatever center court.
Yeah.
But 5 stories on the butter sculpture. 5 butter sculpture stories. And here's the thing, man. It's working because I kind of want to go see the butter sculpture.
All right.
I hate it so much that I want to be a part of it.
I get it must get slammed with people just passing through and wanting to look at it.
I mean, if I was there, I'd want to go look at it for sure. I'm not passing on the butter sculpture if I'm there.
But so you would make it a point to go see the butter sculpture?
Yeah, I've never seen the butter sculpture.
All right, so it worked.
Like, I think it's one of those things where I think, well, that's lame, and then I go like, wow, that's a pretty cool butter sculpture.
Cool.
Well, no, here's the thing. You're making fun now.
Yeah.
Right? You would go see it.
Yes, you
would then start telling your wife facts that you heard from us when we're talking about the
and
butter
then say
sculpture.
other things you've seen in your travels across the country. Well, one time I saw a giant ball of yarn.
All right, so here is your heads up.
Yeah, what do you do?
Get ready to go see the butter sculpture.
Get butter up, buddy.
Buy your tickets.
Do you have a butter buddy to go with?
Ooh, a buddy. You want to be my butter buddy?
I don't think so.
No.
It's a pretty long ride.
It is Tuesday.
Yeah.
It is 9 o'clock. It's time, baby.
What's that?
Well, you know what time it is.
Where are we buttering?
I'll tell you where I'm buttering. Maybe in the men's room. Kimmy's got her post for the neighborhood app. Everything is all set, ready to go, and I feel a wind coming out of this room today.
Oh, really?
Not so much from that area.
Really?
But more in this general area right here. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to guarantee getting in, you call us right now, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's Where They Whining, and it happens next here in the break room on CMF. It was the fastest ever fill-up of our phone banks in the history of where they went in.
No kidding.
The second we gave the number, boom, it was full. So
Man.
folks are chomping at the bit. Kimmy's got her post.
Yeah.
You got your brain.
Oh, yeah.
So we don't have to worry about that.
It's loaded.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Now, you can listen to Where They Whinin' if you want. Hear our voices do it. Or you can watch two grown men stand up and scream at each other for 20 minutes.
There's a lot of screaming.
Well, he was such an idiot. That's why.
It's all you.
Shut up.
I'm cool.
You can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Watch the show on our live stream, and it gets hot. It gets spicy.
Oh, yeah, you can see Lone Star Pat.
I like that. I'll take that.
You're going to have to.
Got that?
Yeah. Rest of your radio career.
Watch a man move his mouth with just sounds coming out. Our live stream brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, officially always cheering for me. All right. Folks are on hold. We're ready there. You are dumb. You're ready there. Kimmy, do we have our post?
We sure do.
Let's do this thing.
Webster! Hilton! Irondequoit! Where they whining? Just letting you all know now. If another pool toy blows into my yard,
shut up!
I'm popping it and it's going straight to the garbage.
You're such a prick, man. Why does that make you laugh?
I don't give a crap how mean and cranky you think I am. I'm not alone in this. This has been an ongoing problem in our neighborhood this summer, and I'm sick of tracking down the owners every time it happens. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I know you're all spoiling your kids because if I leave these things in my yard, no one comes looking for it. Parents just buy them new ones. I'm not targeting one family in particular because I know it's coming from all directions. Places like Walmart and Amazon are making such cheap, trashy outdoor products these days. No one feels the need to chase down a $5 purchase.
Not like these quality pool wraps from back in the day. American-made quality pool wraps.
It's not about the money. It's about taking care of your possessions. Apparently, parents aren't teaching that because they themselves are guilty of being reckless with their things. Take care of your stuff or it's going in the trash where it belongs.
This is tough.
No, it's not at all, man.
You sure?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, see, you're not a pool guy.
Oh, my God.
You're not. You didn't grow up a pool.
No, I did have a pool
Bro,
growing up.
That was not a pool.
It was a pool. Did you have a pool growing up?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did.
No, did you?
Yeah.
Are you a pool?
Yeah, it was called the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, shut up, you bitch.
Well, yeah, when you live Surfside.
I love how spoiled Brad, who had everything, doesn't have pool, realizes I had pool growing up, and he gets all bitchy. And it was a good pool for 2 years till it turned green because my dad stopped putting stuff in it.
It was a very good pool.
What are you thinking?
So, first of all, the toys are blowing out of the pool and into somebody's yard.
Yes.
That would suggest an above-ground pool rather than an in-ground pool.
Pool math, Pat.
Yeah.
Pool math.
Right. So that's an above-ground pool.
Okay.
And this guy is willing to pull a blade on a little inflatable dinosaur.
He says.
He's going to pull a blade on a little dinosaur. This little Timmy doesn't get to play with his little dinosaur anymore.
Well, Timmy didn't come looking for it, according to this guy.
So where do we have a blade pulling, deflating, out of control neighbor living next door to an above ground crap ass pool?
Where's that?
Oh, I know where it is.
Where is it?
This is ground zero for this kind of crap.
Where?
This is Chai. Why you lie?
First of all, I would argue there are more. Are you doing the jail right now?
I'm going to put a point on my list. First of all,
I'm writing down your pick so you can't change it, you stupid bitch.
So Chai, why you lie?
I would argue that Chai Lai has more in-ground pools than above-ground pools.
When?
Bro, I'm telling you, man, Chai Lai has much higher end real estate than you believe.
Those, if you have a built-in pool.
Mm-hmm. You mean an
in-ground pool?
Built-in pool?
That's a built-in pool.
As opposed to those built-out pools.
That pool is 50 years old, and you ain't used it in 30 years.
Okay, but that's a moot point because you're wrong anyway.
Right.
Because you didn't listen like I tell you to listen.
Totally listen.
There's a little thing this man said. He said that's coming from all directions, which means this is a neighborhood that has multiple pools.
Yeah,
and
they're cheap.
If you're pools are cheap?
Yeah, those slap-ass ones you put up, you get at Walmart.
Are you
those soft-sided like kiddie
You
pool?
wouldn't be able to put rafts that would blow away in those pools. See, that's what you didn't do.
Can
I tell you every
pool.
week. Listen.
Man, you don't know pool
Listen.
And
I know pool.
You live next to a high-end pool.
But that's what I mean. I have one pool in my neighborhood. One. This is a place that has multiple pools. So this ain't West Side. This is high end, buddy. The question is, which East Side town has the most pool?
You are going to be so far from this pick.
I got it.
Of course you do.
I got it. They whining in Fairport.
Brother, the only star you got, you're sitting on.
How long you been hanging on to that gem? No, it's very simple.
Give me like...
Because it came out of nowhere and it didn't make any sense.
Because you've been waiting to say that.
That's what I mean. Like,
and this is the time you chose to say.
30 years of radio.
I can't wait.
No promotions.
Sitting on a star.
He's got timing down. Fairport's got a lot of pools in the neighborhoods.
Ain't Fairport,
it's Fairport.
man.
It's absolutely Fairport.
Fairport does not have a lot of built-in pools,
And
brother.
Fairport's got a ton of cranky people that have lived in that place the whole time, where it didn't used to be a high-end joint, didn't used to be a high-end town, and now there's, you appreciate what you had like I did when you were.
So there's a couple of things. You cannot have an above-ground pool in Fairport.
These are in-ground pools.
Okay, because you can't.
Shut up, you can, but these are in-ground pools. Shut up.
You can't. And did you know there are no left-handed people in Fairport?
252 WCMF 252-9263. There is one rule and one rule.
What's that?
You get to pick one town and one town.
Right.
If you are on hold and you hear people in front of you say the town you were going to pick, you got two options. Either hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be mad. No big deal. Or pick a different town. Because if we pick up the phone and you say, I was going to say, but you have been disqualified and the commissioner has all final say. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's kick it off with a lady today.
Oh, a lady picker.
Yep. Christine is on CMF. Christine, where are they whining?
I'm going to go with the really popular one and say Greece.
Why Greece?
Well, first of all, Greece is above-ground pools. In-ground pools, you got to have fences. So the chances of them flying are kind of like, it's above ground.
Pool logic.
I think the pool logic is flawed, Christine, and here's why. All it takes, you can even, if it hits the fence, the wind can still keep pushing it up over the fence. I think you guys are overplaying your above-ground pool hand.
No, because a lot of the fences are so old, they pop them before they even fly out.
Ooh. And
you've got pool upon pool upon pool in each yard. You got the cranky neighbor in the middle.
The palm pools.
And Greece has a lot of open backyards. Your picks have more gated yards.
Okay, but here's your flaw again. Christine. You can't have an open backyard with a pool. You got to have the fence there. It's state law.
Well, she's saying that for in-ground pools, not above ground.
But we've already established that she's wrong about the above-ground pool, just like Tommy's wrong about the above. Christine, you seem like a really nice woman. You just dumb when it comes to pool logic.
There's people there that have like Olympic-sized above-ground pools.
Yeah, is that true? Yeah, hey, idiot! The pool at the Olympics was an Olympic-sized above-ground pool.
That's how busted they were.
Yeah. But if you drive through Greece, you'll notice people only have gates around their decks. They don't have the gates all the way around their pool, so you can pool hop in.
Look, I mean, Christine, we can argue all day. The fact of the matter is you're wrong, and that was a dumb pick. But we do appreciate it. Thank you for the call, Christine. 252-WCMF.
No, you're wrong.
252-9263. Well, she's West Side. We're doing a West Side thing. It's what we do. Let's talk to Paul. Paul, where are they whining, buddy?
All right. I'm going to say Gates.
Why Gates?
Well, the guy who wants to pull a blade and stab the pool float, I think he kind of sounds like my old neighbor because that used to happen a lot. He would yell at us for our pool floats flying over, but
he pulled a blade on Barney.
I don't know. It kind of gives it away saying that they're going to spoil their kids with pool floats.
Okay, but here's the thing, Paul. You sounded like that wasn't the first choice. Like you were like scrambling. Was there another town you were going to pick?
Nope.
Paul, we got you.
You can't get me.
Paul, we got you for Gates, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. You can't get me.
You never get me, Shay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Marty. Marty, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Webster.
Why Webster?
Well, there's a good mix of, people that are not too wealthy, and then there's people that are wealthy, not to mention a lot of people have above ground pools. A lot of people have in-ground pools.
Okay, what is that?
It's a mix of pools. It's a mixed pool town.
All right, we got you for Webster, Marty. Thank you for the call. Marty, you're killing me. Your phone's killing me. 252 WCMF. That was the stupidest. What is that? You got a pool. You got no. Sometimes you get a pool here. Other times you get a pool there.
You can have a pool and then another pool.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where are they whining, buddy?
They are whining.
It's this guy. I hate this guy so much. Cody, I'm sorry. You were saying.
Charlotte.
Charlotte?
Yes. They are whining in Charlotte.
I never think of Charlotte as a pool town.
Well, because they have the biggest pool in Rochester,
True.
Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
They do have the biggest pool in Rochester, but Lake Ontario is absolutely disgusting. I would know. I live on Lake Ontario.
Okay. It was actually nice till you got there, Cody.
And here's the other thing. So Charlotte does have a lot of pools, but they're on the shore of Lake Ontario. They have a lot of wind.
Oh, he's factoring in pool math with wind math.
All right. Not bad. That's not a bad
everybody's
take.
talking about, pull this, pull that, stabby person here, stabby person there. Nobody's factored in the wind yet.
Okay. All right. So using wind, likeliness of stab, and amount of pool, you have determined, Cody, with your nerd-ass voice, mathematically, that it is Charlotte.
Yeah, well, it's just like the theory of relativity that we were discussing about a week ago. Yeah, it's the relativity between the water and the pool floaties and the wind.
Okay, great. Cody, go annoy somebody else, but thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Bye, Cody. I want to like Cody.
With his summer wind.
Okay, so I got bad news for you, bro.
What?
Well, there's one bad sign that shows up when we're doing Where They Whining.
Yes.
When we start bunching.
Mm-hmm.
And of the 6 picks we have, 80% of them are on the west side.
Okay. Well, it has
In fact, 90% of them, outside of my pick, are the west side.
Well, it's got a west side vibe.
Does it? Oh, yeah, and that's what everyone else thinks. And when that happens, bad things happen.
Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's rip off a couple more before we get Kimmy on the reread here. Let's talk to Barbara. Barbara, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Henrietta.
Ooh, that's a sleeper pick. Why Henrietta?
Well, it's very windy in Henrietta.
It is the windiest
town. You live there.
It is the windiest town in Rochester. I agree.
Also, if Gene Hackman was to come and live in Rochester, he would probably move to Henrietta. And like his character, Popeye Doyle in French Connection, would pull out a switchblade and dice it up.
You did this. Don't look at me. Don't you give me the annoying face. You did all of this with your Gene Hackman knob job you did about an hour ago. Knob and Gene.
You could do worse for a knob.
Barbara, thanks for the call. Yeah, but you're knobbing like 94-year-old Gene Hackman coming out of the 7-Eleven with his Slurpee. And don't act like you haven't seen the pictures in the post, because I've been seeing the same stories.
I know. He looks good for 94.
All right, 252-WCMF. Everyone sit tight for 1 sec. Kimmy, can we get a reread for the people that are just joining us? Thank you.
Just letting you all know now. If another pool toy blows into my yard, I'm popping it, and it's going straight to the garbage. I don't give a crap how mean and cranky you think I am. I am not alone in this. There's been an ongoing...
Can I stop? Important question.
Yeah.
Was crap the quote, or did you have to change that word to make it really
no, I had to change it.
Damn.
This has been an ongoing problem in our neighborhood this summer. I'm sick of tracking down the owners every time it happens. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I know you're all spoiling your kids because if I leave these things in my yard, no one comes looking for it. Parents just buy them new ones. I'm not targeting one family in particular because it's coming from all directions. Places like Walmart and Amazon are making such cheap, trashy outdoor products these days, no one feels the need to chase down a $5 purchase. It's not about the money, it's about taking care of your possessions. Apparently, parents aren't teaching that because they themselves are guilty of being reckless with their things. Take care of your stuff or it's going in the trash where it belongs.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is in Chili. I am in Fairport. Christine is in Greece. Paul is in Gates. Marty is in Webster. Cody is in Charlotte. Barbara is in Henrietta. Here's how I know this is East Side.
What is that?
No more Mr. Nice Guy. If we're going to give credit to the West Side for one thing, when they threaten you, they're much more creative.
Okay.
No more Mr. Nice Guy is what, like a guy that works an office job who's in his 60s who thinks he's tough because he watched Goodfellas one time. Yeah, you know what? No more Mr. Nice Guy. No, I warned you. I want you no more. Like,
right.
It should say, "Welcome to Fairport." No more Mr. Nice Guy. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Neil. Hey, Neil, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, Duffy. Tommy's onto something here. Definitely above ground pools, and I think this might have been my neighbor who wrote the letter.
Okay.
I'm thinking I'm going to go Hilton.
Hilton.
Country pool.
Hilton.
I'm going Hilton because, near the lake, very windy, a lot of above ground pools and neighborhoods over in the Forest Glen area.
Okay.
And Duffy and WCMF will see in your inbox a picture of my above ground pool that just collapsed on Saturday. So very timely.
Over in a storm.
Man, you're calling your neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's time to make the decision to get rid of the ghetto above ground or spend $100,000 on an in-ground, as Tommy calls it.
What's a new above ground pool cost?
Great question. That's actually what they say is the most efficient and least expensive fix is to just put up the exact same size pool. It's a 24-footer, probably like $7,000.
Is it worth $7,000, Tommy? Above ground pool, $7,000.
But it's another $7,000 to spend.
I understand.
To replace the pool.
But you clearly see Neil's problem. If he doesn't do that, he is now poolless, and how will he live?
But you know what? Chlorine's expensive. It's a pain, to take care of. I inherited it with the house, and a bag of grass seed is a lot less than $7,000. Right?
Go seed.
I'm with
Go seed.
Neil, we got
Put
you for
that
help,
on a
buddy.
t-shirt.
Thanks for the call. You would sell a fortune's worth of Go Seed T-shirts to old men. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Bob. Bob, where are they whining?
Well, first of all, guys, I think you're all based on above ground pool and in ground pools. Are you there?
Yeah, I was listening to your dynamite take. I can't wait to hear, Bob.
Yeah, we're getting sucked in. Bob.
Well, okay. Above ground pools, the thing can't get out. In ground pools have fences. I think it's an above ground pool, but it's a kiddie pool because they said there were little floaty things, and with a small round pool that you put the hose down and off it goes. You fill it up.
Sure.
It's a small in-ground pool, but it's an above-ground pool, but it's a kiddie pool.
Hey, Bob, if anyone was having trouble trying to figure out how to put water in a kiddie pool, is there an email you want to give them where they can write to thank you for explaining that to them this morning?
Are you done?
No, again, wait a minute. Are you the guy that called last week that got all upset with me and then apologized? Is this the same guy?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Bob, you lied. Why you lie, Bob?
Different Bob.
All right, Bob. Bob, where are they whining, buddy? Where are they whining?
Penfield, New York.
Penfield. And
after all that,
it's a kiddie pool. Forget the above ground pools and fences and all that. It's a kiddie pool.
Yo pick sucks.
And here's the problem with your pick, Bob. Even kiddie pools in Penfield come with cabanas.
Oh, yeah.
So that the floaties would get stuck in there.
I mean, there's outdoor bars and a serving area.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Hey, Bob. Are you
Yes,
done?
sir.
Are you done, Bob?
I'm done.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Hey, no more Mr. Nice Guy. This is that guy. Bob, what town do you live in, buddy, if you don't mind me asking?
Penfield.
I knew it. There you go, Bob. Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Is he not exactly the guy we were discussing? Are you done? No more Mr. Nice Guy.
He's the guy that wears boat shoes to work in an office.
You nailed it.
Yep.
You nailed
He's
that.
boat shoe Bob.
252 WCMF 252-9263. All right, let's get as many as we can real quick. Ryan, where are they whining, buddy?
They're in Brighton.
Why Brighton?
Because the houses are close together and there's rich people there.
Are there a lot of pools in Brighton? I don't think Brighton pools.
I never thought of it. No.
They're there.
Trust me.
You don't see it.
Hidden pools, he says. One of my favorite Springsteen songs. In a secret pool on 12 corners. Brian, thanks, buddy. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Alex. Alex, where are they whining?
I think it's Pittsburgh.
Oh, it's Lady Alex. I'm sorry. All right. Why? You said Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think it's Pittsburgh because it's rich people and it has like old retired people, and I feel like this is like some crotchety old person, and like I feel like when they're mad they make empty threats. So, like, that just sounds like somebody who has a lot of money who thinks there'd be no consequences to, like, destroying somebody's property.
Well, but see,
And
it does
also,
sound
like,
it
mad
does
enough
sound
to
like they're
complain about it.
now. Do we remind me of the letter? Did it say they were going to pop, or they've already bladed Barney?
It says letting you know if another pool toy blows in my yard, I'm popping it. So it doesn't say that they did pop it. It's a threat to
No,
a
she's
point.
right. If this was West Side, that would already be a pop dinosaur. There would already be dinosaur blood on that blade. Alex, that's a good catch, Alex. Alex, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's end it the only way we know how.
Oh, yeah.
By making everyone that has called up to this point sound brilliant. Mm-hmm. Ben, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Surprised me there for a sec. I'm going with the Pittsburgh of the West Side. I'm going with Spencerport because this just, I don't know why. You guys talk about Spencerport douchebags all the time. This sounds like a Spencerport douchebag, 100%.
Okay, hold on. I have to be clear. I did not say that people who live in Spencerport are douchebags. I said when you are a teenager and you go to Spencerport High School, for some reason, you become a giant douchebag. And eventually, eventually they grow up and they become great people. Okay. Because I know a lot of great people from Spencerport.
So you track them from high school to adult.
Yes, I did.
And you've determined them.
You track the douche meter?
Yeah. Anybody that lives or has dealt with people in Spencerport, know I'm right. And even you folks in Spencerport, you
I'm
get mad at me.
pretty sure you called out some adults, though.
Well, eventually there are still some.
You've had a few callers that are from Spencerport. I know it was a lady caller. She got a little douchey, but she checked her own self.
I assume she never graduated from high school.
I forget who it was, but I think there's still a little bit of douche in everybody from Spencerport where it shows from time to time. And this is one of those cases where he's showing a little bit of douchiness.
Okay.
So I'm calling Spencerport.
All right, we got you for Spencerport, Ben. Thank you for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. All right.
All right, here we go.
You shouldn't be confident.
How do you know?
I just know.
I got 3.
He was really confident right up front.
Can I be a 4-star general?
Shut up.
It's getting close, brother.
Tommy's in Chile. I'm in Fairport. Christine is in Greece with her terrible pick running around. You're wrong. Paul's in Gates. Marty is in Webster. Cody is in Charlotte. And Cody seems like a nice guy, but we just can't like Cody for some reason.
Yeah.
Barbara's in Henrietta with a dynamite Gene Hackman drop. Neil is in Hilton, and he believes this could be his neighborhood. Bob, he's in Penfield. Hey, are you done?
Wait, Boat Shoe Bob?
Ryan is in Brighton. And when we asked if there were pools in Brighton, he's like, yeah, they're there. They're there over there.
Can't see him.
Alex is in Pittsburgh, and she had a great point that it was an empty threat, which sounds more like an East Side thing than a West Side thing. Ben is in Spencerport, where all threats are fully followed through on. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do this thing. Kimmy?
Spencerport! Gates!
Now we're trying to read her face now every time we go to the
She knows it, too.
They whining!
Another week, another winner.
Wow.
Damn it.
What?
No, because
I didn't even say anything
when
yet.
it's one of us, you have like a different stupid look on your face than the current stupid look you have on your face
It's
right
going to be
now.
somebody we really ridicule.
No, there's going to be somebody who's very upset in this room.
Damn it!
Because he has a habit of absolutely destroying the winning pick every week.
I hate Christine.
Because they won it in Greece.
Damn. Who was that?
Christine, the one that we both killed her.
Yeah.
We both killed her.
Yeah.
Hey, you're right. You're right.
She's stuck by her pick. The land of above ground pools. And no fences.
All right,
Yeah, she broke it down, man.
Shut up. You were on my side.
It's a passing thought.
Congratulations, Christine.
Yes.
This is Christine's first start.
I think so. Yeah.
Do we have a Christine?
We have a Lori and we have a Jennifer. Those are the only two other ladies on the board.
I like them better than Christine. By the way, we have call waiting or with caller ID, Christine. I could see you trying to call the show right now. I'm not taking your call. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
That's fair. She should be able to gloat.
I'm
She
not taking
should
it.
be able to stick it to us.
You want Christine to stick it to you?
Yeah.
All right, we'll just take it straight up. Christine, you're live on the air. What do you got to say?
And
she hung up. All right, that was actually a pretty good call. Let's take a break. You can now get a subscription, an annual subscription to this childhood dream factory. Every kid that is under the age of 50, person under the age of 50, loved going to this place.
Yeah.
It's a childhood dream factory and an adult nightmare. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. All right, so you're definitely going to save money doing this.
Great.
If you're someone who is going to frequent this place a ton, and as a parent, kids of a certain age, maybe you do frequent this place a ton. What sucks is if you pay for the subscription, your life's going to suck hard. Because no parent wants to be at this place.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You know, it's almost serendipitous, Tommy.
I don't know what that means.
We were talking earlier this week, or last week, about the price of kids in the summertime.
Oh, yeah,
right? And how
the activities.
Yes, your kid is determined to be constantly entertained by you, and everything they want to do is super expensive. And what the hell am I supposed to? What's the appropriate amount of money to spend per kid all summer long? Chuck E. Cheese has heard parents screaming this, and they are now offering a Chuck E. Cheese subscription plan.
Like a cheese pass?
Yes. It's a 3-tiered system. The cheapest, so there's the bronze package, which is $7.99 per month. That offers you 40 games every time you show up and 20% off most of their food.
All right.
There is the silver package. That is $11.99 a month. That is 100 games per visit and 30% off food. And then there's the Chuck E. Cheese Gold package.
Like the executive pass.
You got it. That is $30 a month. And the Gold pass gives you 250 games every time you go and 50% off whatever food you purchase.
50% off?
50% off. And you are allowed to go every day, and each pass entitles up to 6 family members in.
Wait. That sounds like a really good deal just to go eat.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
Like, I would get that as an adult just to get a pizza and a beer.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to...
It's 50% off a pizza and beer.
I'm going to stop you there and encourage you not, as a single man, to go to Chuck E. Cheese to eat and drink.
Good pizza, though.
But you can, though. Do you have to bring... Are you allowed in without a kid?
Yeah. I wouldn't. Especially a guy that looks like you.
All right, what do I look like?
Go get loaded with pizza and beer at the Chuck E. Cheese.
Farm me boy.
Wasn't Chuck E. Cheese selling the pizza? I want to say like they were doing like a delivery. No,
so
was
during
it a
COVID,
takeout service?
This was a big scandal. During COVID, they were selling their pizza under like Papa Pepper. It was a different name. They weren't saying Chuck E. Cheese, and people thought it was a new local pizza chain, and they got it and realized it came from Chuck E. Cheese, and people were pissed off. Now,
I remember the pizza being pretty good at that joint.
They were really good. Salad bar too, which sounds stupid, but it's a great salad bar at the Chuck E. Cheese. Look. Chuck E. Cheese, in theory, is a great idea because you're right. You can get yourself a beer and relax. You have a variety of food options, more than you think at a Chuck E. Cheese.
And your kids run wild.
Yeah, but what sucks is every other kid is running wild also, right? Like all the effing time. And then they had the band that is just playing nonstop songs. Chuck E. Cheese, right? It's ground zero for parent migraines. And proof of that is in all of the videos on YouTube of parent fights at the Chuck E. Cheese. For whatever reason, Chuck E. Cheese seems to breed parental fist fights.
Well, the tempers go way up.
It's nuts. So you're right, Tommy. On one hand, if you were to go to Chuck E. Cheese 3 days a week, this thing is an unbelievable deal. But on the other hand, you'd also be inside a Chuck E. Cheese 3 days a week.
So let's say you use it once a week for the entire summer.
All right.
That's still a really good deal. That's 12 trips.
Yeah, I agree with you. I still don't want to be in a Chuck E. Cheese once a week.
Yeah, but if it's the cheaper option, bro, because they're all going to be with kids. It's going to be mayhem. Right?
No, you'd rather pay a higher price without the chaos. Is that what it comes down to?
But that doesn't exist if the kids are there. The kids are always going to run wild.
No, but I'm saying like if you're just doing it to go and eat somewhere, you'd rather just go spend the money somewhere else instead of dealing with the chaos that often.
No, but Tommy is right. I mean, 50% off for $30, 50% off a large pizza 4 times a week, right? And salad bar or whatever. That's a great freaking deal.
Yeah, that's cheaper than anything you can get.
Yeah, I mean, but again, like I don't want to be inside a Chuck E. Cheese.
There's a trade-off.
Oh, for God's sakes, 4 times. Like,
can you get it all to go?
I don't know what the deal is with this. I don't know if you have to sit and eat. And by the way,
because what do they care? They're moving food.
They're selling this by the year too. Well, I guess the idea would be to try and keep you in there as long as possible.
Buy tokens
they sell this yearly too. The gold package would be $360 a year, and again, that would entitle you to 250 tokens and 50% off food every time you went to the Chuck E. Cheese.
$1 a day.
Yeah, I mean it's less than $1 a day.
Yeah,
or more.
Yeah,
than $1.
No, it's a little bit.
Yeah,
a little less.
No,
okay.
more, a little more than $1. A
little more.
We're so bad at math.
I don't know. Well, how many days is it in a year?
396 days.
They added some?
What? No, and you bring up like there's chaos at every kid place you go to.
There is.
Yes and no. Some are easier to tolerate than others. For example, there is Adventure Landing or Clubhouse Fun Center in
Those look like
Henrietta.
they're nuts.
But what's great about those places, there's a break if you do the outside stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there are like actual organized activities, I guess.
Like I can go outside and play miniature golf and it's a little bit more calm. I could go and do the batting cages for a little while and it's a little bit more calm. It's not constant like flashing lights, ding, 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 because it's a casino. It is a child's casino inside these.
Kitty casino.
Yeah, no, it is, right? And I mean, I get the fun of it. Even as an adult, I get sucked in putting the quarters in some of the games and playing. But like, I'm the kind of person who could only spend X amount of time in a casino before I'm just like overstimulated and I got to get the hell out of there. So when it's kiddie casino, no, I want no part of that.
So miniature golf, go-kart, but those things really get expensive.
They do. You're right. The best economical move in this situation is Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating. Thank God my kids are at a Chuck E. Cheese age, man.
Yeah, what's the cutoff?
I noticed in my family it was about 10,
All right.
I think.
But they don't have
Yeah,
any
that makes
interest in it
sense.
anymore
Yeah,
either.
after that.
Here's the thing. I bet if I told my kids we're going to Chuck E. Cheese, they'd be like, oh, awesome, we're going to Chuck
Really?
E. Cheese. But
Your
they haven't-
14-year-old?
Maybe not. I don't know.
No, she's way too cool for that now.
Yeah, you're probably right. Although I do remember as a kid at that age, I wanted to go to Chuck E.
Because you
Cheese.
weren't
Really?
cool.
I can't
You
remember.
were not a cool kid, man. You weren't hip.
You know what's sad is like as a kid, there was one day you went to Chuck E. Cheese and you never went back.
You didn't know that was your last Chuck E.
Yes.
Cheese trip. No,
The
look.
last trip to the ball pit.
You laugh, but it's a sad thing.
Well, no, but for Tommy, every weekend is his trip to the ball pit. I do feel bad for kids these days. I'm going to go old man on you for a second.
Go ahead. Husky hip.
So they closed the Chuck E. Cheese in Henrietta. That's now the Boot Barn. They say you could still smell the pizza. Try real hard. So I believe the last Chuck E. Cheese location in Rochester is in Greece on Ridge Road. But when we were kids, Kimmy, the Ridge Road Chuck E. Cheese was the greatest place on the planet.
Yeah.
Because they had everything.
Mhm.
They had the full band with like the cafeteria area.
Yeah.
They had the ball pit, and it was a huge ball pit. They had the Elvis dog, which would do full shows in a completely separate room.
Hound dog.
Horrifying Elvis dog. That Elvis dog haunts my dreams to this day.
So they used to sell miniature versions of that at Kaufman's around the holidays.
Wait, the Elvis Chuck E.
Yes.
Cheese dog?
Yeah.
But the one in Greece, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember back
Didn't
to
it
my
have, like,
childhood.
a roller coaster?
It had a train.
That's what
It
it
had
was.
a train,
Yes.
and you could climb a stairwell over the train to get to like the skee ball and Papa-Shot area. Like I remember as a child, it was the greatest thing I had ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's magical.
And I would pay legitimate money to have one more day if I could walk back in there again.
Just
and
to see it.
Yes.
Is it the same way I remember it?
Exactly. Like I remember.
You can't go back, bro.
Who
What they
says-
say about the ball pit?
Who says you can't go home? Says Bon Jovi. No, remember they had the movie posters with Chuck E. Cheese in them when you were walking down the
I don't
long
remember
hallway
the
to get in there?
posters,
Man,
no.
I miss that place so much.
Apparently.
I played so much Michael Jackson's Moonwalker and Simpsons Arcade in that place.
But you had to be a little bit older.
No, I was... No, because
Yeah.
Discovery Zone took over the hot
All
spot
right.
after that in Greece.
Okay.
Which was not as fun because I was too fat for Discovery Zone. I remember my knees hurting so bad.
Why? From the ball pit?
Well, no, you'd have to crawl through the tubes.
Yeah, he mistook that name.
I already did that joke, stupid.
I don't remember there being like a tubes and jungle gym kind of thing.
Not at Chuck E. Cheese. That's when
Oh,
Discovery Zone
you're
showed
talking
up.
about- okay, yes.
So, like, the Discovery Zone opened up in the mall in Greece,
Yeah.
and there were two things that really bothered me about the Discovery Zone as a fat kid.
What's that?
One, how quickly I became too big for the tubes.
Yeah.
And two,
You were like a big piece of cholesterol.
Kimmy, you remember that part in the middle of the Discovery Zone where it was like ropes and you could or like bungee ropes and you could like climb underneath them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And like, normal weighted kids could jump in there and they could gently lower themselves down. What I found out the hard way was when you weighed a certain amount and you jumped onto those bungee things,
Yeah.
you
You
just
just
flew
fall.
through.
Oh, you just came straight down?
And it was like a 20-foot drop. I'm not exaggerating, man. Like
There are a lot of things you could hurt yourself on in there. Because do you remember the slide, but it was the rollers?
roll and slide.
Like, that was a terrible idea. You just pinched yourself the whole way down.
I ripped a pair of pants on that roller slide. My pants got caught in the roller slide. Like the rivet
Some
from
of
the
the rollers
pants.
didn't work right. I don't know.
God.
Terrible idea.
But here's the thing. I always wanted to go back. And I would get
Yeah.
so sweaty. I
Even
would
though the slide bit your ass. Sweaty boy.
Bro, like...
That place had to smell gross.
You don't
Yeah.
even-
No,
Ugh.
they never cleaned those tubes.
So,
a lot of sticky stuff in there.
Did they got this sweaty, husky kids rolling around in there?
So there's a place in the general region of the greater Rochester area that will remain nameless that bought the tubes from a Discovery Zone.
Ooh.
Oh, they moved them?
Yes.
They did a deep clean.
No, well, that's just it. I was unaware that this existed, so I took my kids to this place. It's like a kids' fun place.
Yeah.
And we walked in, and I smelled something. And I go, you know what that smells like? Discovery Zone.
Oh.
And I turned the corner, and it still smelled like 1997 Discovery Zone.
But that doesn't sound good.
No, it's almost like they just took the tubes, put them together, and nobody wiped anything down.
Oh, God.
So,
all right,
parents, you now have the information that you can buy your subscription to Chuck E. Cheese to save a whole bunch of money.
Go eat.
If you can stomach Chuck E. Cheese twice a week.
Yes.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. Skippy Rabberoo.
Howdy, 2 for Tuesday, Rabberoos.
Yep, 2 for Tuesday coming up with you here in a second on CMF. We also have to give you the opportunity for your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app, log on, listen to CMF in the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Tomorrow is a Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, a little hate.
Yep, we got Lady Hate this week.
Love me some Lady Hate.
Yep, and she is upset with the discussion we had about what the federal government is trying to do to make things easier for workers. We told you 2 weeks ago about a plan to allow you to access the money you have made the day, as soon as the workday's over.
Yes.
We talked about this, you remember.
Yeah.
And we'll catch everybody up on everything. You thought this was a bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
This woman also thinks it's a bad idea, but not for the reason you think it's a bad idea. Because if I can get paid at the end of the day, why wouldn't I just quit my job?
What?
Yeah, you heard it. Why wouldn't I just work until I had enough money and then quit my job?
Okay.
You know, like retirement.
Yeah, they give it a name like that.
This is a legitimate point she's trying to make. She's arguing if this is allowed by the government, that people will work until they pay their bills that week and then stop working.
Wow, for the rest of their life.
We will get to that letter and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who created a game that has family members, friends at each other's throats.
Yes.
Everybody hates each other by the time.
I know. I don't know why. I'm just breaking down what you see every day on the internet.
You released an evil into this world that can no longer be brought back into the bottle. For Tommy Muley, who does that every day, and he just doesn't even care anymore.
You're welcome.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.